Hello. It's finally time from Limbus company. Hopefully, not late. Only been like 9 days. Anyway, we're finally with 20 friends. And congratulations, Spinner, on grabbing first. Best been in company then. Yes, it is. For everyone's knowledge, I have not done any stages. I got the score of someone blindly guiding me through Mirror Dungeon 20 friends with no audio. This definitely an experience. Okay, with my streaming layout, you could make an upwards arrow. Yeah, this one looks better. But yeah. The ring event with harvests. Yeah, I have no idea what's gonna happen. I mean, it's already a good start if you start with a funeral. That's how every life goes. It always starts with a funeral. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I did see more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. Yes, Red Martin. A noble sacrifice. The green glowy Zam. Or something. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking myself. Apparently, the most knowledgeable of them, all when it came to funeral process and etiquette. Of course it is myself, of course. All manner of questions for pointless. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gestures are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. And where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the ground, to the right. And anyhow, if you quit chattering for 1 second. Have you forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Give me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishii. The word of text was just too much for me. My focus started filtering out from page 30 onwards. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in a grim manner in Teak? Not quite. Thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead? Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died, because they wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Earthy Association, notarization, and otherwise. I've said this time and again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. No, you forgot. Aw. Heathcliff. Die sprechen Serpenters hier öfter ja der yes. The name of the deceased was. It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. They thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter. Yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. It's fine. Okay. At least you remember. That's good enough, isn't it? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence, somewhere along the way. Everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become barred. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nelly was coaxed into stealing it by Harman. Vinton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it, not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed in the twisted version of the memory, as if it was a proven fact. Joanna, both our favorite sinners in one line of dialogue. Would you look at that? Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we'll just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded. Oops. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. Point is, how should I put this? Circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff's running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place where that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, and I can confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. I mean, with technology that can somewhat avoid death. Kinda makes sense. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate certain makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone, just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury someone just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, huh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis, all that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave just for some source to later desecrate it. In Hongyeon, people tend to sand up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose their burial room by the next restructuring day. One nice scoffed and Hannah said, "Odious foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul for the departed, another mentality. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on." Are those words from his heart or just something said to convince himself? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look of his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were short held still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames survived by the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of fire. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now? Oh, we're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. And says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis. Roll credits for Gregor in the battle against the Thunder's father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned out disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us burying Sinclair for a while. Me? Yes, you. The SEU wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The high-ups didn't waste a second green light to the project, which means that I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation than a request for permission. What investigation? What are you? It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Come on. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Yeah, not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly. No, I'm not giving you my consent. For reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get boss to find off the SEA's Mill World Observatorium department on the hissy fits. they wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a long few months before letting you go. So at least you could do thank us, is be a good boy and cooperate. Just in time, our researchers are here. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filling out the funeral hall after paying their respect. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded by on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of working on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. I'm rooting for you, Eli. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You not going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion. But with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time offbeats research projects in my book, marginally. Enjoyed what it asked. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. But it's true your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. As soon as Alyssa drudged off with her dragging steps, the researcher seized Sinclair and whisked carried him away. Alright, we should get going too. Do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help with. I'm gonna be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they trying anything fishy with the experiments. Let me know later if you need anything done. The sinners fan are out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the SE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. The only ones keeping me company were the Yoship, who had been filling the air around Faith with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vesper in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Of course she's. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the Gesellschaft? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of paper, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There's something I had intended to discuss with you and Sinner Leadership. A matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA says CH. Wait a minute, did you just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate a gesture, especially since she's usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. And there is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering SCCA employees with a relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bowl. It's called a bowl. You there. Why don't you join us too? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel who were cornered by computer and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vesper's whereabouts took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance. The moment they captured her, they had to answer Hona. Miss Bowcut. Indeed. There's a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does it entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2, that is assistant number 2. But assistant number 1 is the one and only Heathcliff, alright? I have not yet concluded my exchange with the other harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for it. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service of thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to Sinophore has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. That is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Pretty, allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Really? The manager's words, not cautious. I'm asking you what kind of assistant you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstances is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. Perhaps this was not some gullible scheme devised to illicit cost cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spite. I deemed that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the five-pronged assault operation, and Sinophore's familiarity does not bear repeating. Did we go to the House of Spiders right away? HLSRA. You've assisted enough. Perhaps you could help us? Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Rohan, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There's one more member, you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Rohan pushed his glasses up. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. She has regained consciousness. Yeah, Kira. Kira also. The greatest. And technically would be painful having to scream and to two screamers yelling at you about fixes and stuff with a Dawn announcer and Kira announcer. The first Hohenheim led us to look less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though everything in medical equipment installed around seemed to be state of the art. This place looks, well, equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of a lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost so reasonable. Dawn fixed position. Here are cool people obsessed as well. Workshop. Oh, where's the library obsessed one? Also, I think that should be better. Suspiciously, Angela shit. Reasonable, huh? Do you want to ask how expensive the other options are, if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room filled with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. That's what Kira looked like. Kira sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from a dissection, she didn't look much different from how she had appeared when I had seen her through the sinner's shared vision. The only thing being that one past wound that is still there. Wait. The big scar across the belly. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the progress of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun, actually. We are waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spirits. And what you even doing here? There's work to be done, contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books. Just a super quick declare and the cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a strictly impenetrable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is a result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and the depreciation costs of this room. even at half their current number. Now, I could get lost how I have had this movie, but I already experienced what it feels like to sit in a hospital bed without anything to do, so I'm fully on Kira's side. Which brings us to the next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to assess your worth, or shall we say, lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Bornheim always had a way with words that could prick their instinct. But with Kira, it almost felt as if he'd traded the usual fawn for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. I'm that meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live. Not after I killed a Brazilian of you guys. So you anticipated some form of cooperative level, retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. And I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate, such as Metal, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and that the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle. These two considerations are likely that increase your value in the eyes of the company. Yeah, I got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? Hey guy, you're on about. Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. The interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks, and stimulations. And of course, procedures utilizing distortion and abnormality. That being said, GSE department prefers to distance themselves from such uncivilized approaches that may entail the complications and after effects. Such the one that made himself distort just to know. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so freaking annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving a biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turns toward the ex. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, Manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. If that Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with him. His reaction was understandable. The ICE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kirill was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her. I was still caught in thought when someone quite unexpectedly made her way here. Yoshihide? Yeah. Hattie got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. He didn't sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Family. Coming from him, a middle mutt, thrown out of his cannon. Doesn't it sound ridiculous, even to you? That's thrown out. And fucking Matthias, though, was a GB, only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he disappeared quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his friend. Not surprising, it's the ST for the bowl cut too. Same tastes. Oh, yeah, Yoshi. Could it be that thou had also those horribly passionate zeal for fiction? I quickly clapped the hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So what exactly is your point? The point is, you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. DQ or SYNC right this instant. Oh, what does that mean? Cooperative quietly or I snap your neck completely right this instant. SYNC isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty axe straight to the grave. Huh. This is so creepy. So crappy. Whatever. I get it, okay? I talk if that's what you want, they're so bad. That actually worked? Pixels who go out in a blaze of glory are not actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive, the ones who live to see a day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weirdness, abbreviations? Like SYNC. That's so random. Who even says that? They actually didn't bother to reply. It simply chewed on the mouth and the cigarette. But is this really the right one? We are probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if half of the dudes are gone, Clark. They even confiscated her book. Do you think the middle story excuse of her loyalty means so much for this trade that she did bite us? Besides, there's no better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause Papa was weaker than Jan. Yeah, you're the joke's bride, alright. Hiroko pushed herself up from the bed and wore her sour face. But at least she didn't argue back. Henry Hohenheim would have been waiting outside begging. I said the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come. You will find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it? You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The Vector is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. I don't know. I don't know. We're just a normal person with a prosthetic head. There's nothing fishy. Wayfarer. This is where it actually starts. And the weapon will be the Elite team for pretty much all of it. I got the Faust Dosen identity exchange. Gregor's still down, but he is recovering, but he is not mentally recovered. So, I think for the occasion we actually put the Faust Dosen first. What should I? It's not like it's a requirement, right? We already got this. We already got the skill. The counter ready to go. So. I did not say I opted for her. I think. Go, nurse father, then manager, the apprentice, then the student.
문을 열 시간인가?
내가 움직여야 하나?
Yes. Oh, nice free breath. Which one would be better? But I kind of wanna. Free ring IDs. Okay, fine. I guess if that's the case,
내가
we'll have it
드디어 내
like this.
차례냐? 소재가
Him as
준비됐어.
next backup.
H사와 8구의 안내는 나를 점 찍었다면
With a level
격에 맞는
41.
조언도 함께 준비한다.
55. Incredible. It's the House of Spider where we are. At least be happy that that manager Dawn is before the Ring Apprentice. Since it's technically also theme. Yeah, forget it.
전시 준비는
이 떨림.
Yeah.
드디어 내 차례냐? 문을 드디어 소재가 좀
H 나를 점 찍었다면 격에 맞는 조언도 함께.
It really doesn't matter that much. Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the players looked markedly different from what we remembered. Sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. This outdated estimation. What? You expect me to look up in a spoiler territory to get it updated? Who do you think I am? I'm not a certain friend named after an apprentice themselves. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in with white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were fixed all around the back doors. Prithee, who might those people be? I mean, they have W on, so I would guess they are from W Corp. power. It doesn't really make that much. But, either way, I don't think this place is that hazardous. Put on a full suit. Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. The corporation. Our guarded reaction prompted him to step forward and gesture the one of the oddly addressed figures. It seems introductions are on for both sides. And this is the team leader Anna from the Welfare Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's backlot. Wayfarer Company, our corporate entity partnered with the Limbus company, responsible for providing portrait technology. It was on prior occasion being referred to as the new and aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. It's like it's Welfare Company. It's like it's technically W Corp. I mean, it makes sense. The welfare abnormality has portals. But we're technically a Corp too. Our employees have also have taken to calling you the new L Corp. Something we have in common, given that we are both chasing after the same horizon. Also, the welfare companies and W Corp stands, but L Corp does not. For now, it stands for now. I remember the company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. W Corp as a wing. That would be perfect for the letter. Just saying. W Corp. It's like, what? I thought the old L Corp has already fallen by W Corp. And what I've heard is free falling at this point. In the horrors. What kind of horrors are blood green in a warp train? A horde of corpses and blood bags caused by Nosferatu. Nosferatu. Yes, W Corp is always about blood fiends. No matter the game. And these are the managers and the sinners of the LCP department. Our Pete Operations Unit. Frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters first then. Bloodfield Corp, the B Corp. This one's confused with no other. Peter is actually a bloodfiend. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operations units are almost always understaffed anyway. And the support you have provided is more than sufficient. You think people make fun of Big Cup for not being part of the head, which is A, B, and C? Because it barely isn't part of them. It's only part. It's only just only It's only the only part because it's between. What a smile, G. D-Corp. Well, still about D-Corp. Maybe D-Corp. It's just next to them. So, yeah, barely. Keep up the work. Ellen gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Ellen, leader of the Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before thoughts could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spit out of Ellen's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all. Like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, manager of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortion at Decop. His leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public. But what's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. I also look forward to working with you on this sense. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Those didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Ellen had pinched on her, but she nodded anyway. But he seems to be quite the nice person. His design is definitely a pleasant one. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Anna carried on with Hohenheim. He's referring to the Monolith States project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Herbert, the Corp's executive director. That's right. Forgot about Monolith project. It's been a while. Reminds me of certain. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We've reviewed the agreements. Now I understand you will be assisting verify what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect. As detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed gun. The Kira responded by deviantly cocking her head in a show of irritation. She still gave up a silver of the information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo Anker and his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door, and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but farm? Oh, it's gathering materials. Let's see, what kind of material? Human guts and all that. Should come back holding piles of them. So they are probably connected to some backstreets area. Backstreets. Any more details? Can you stop crying? You're low-key pissing me off. I think he took that personally. What? That's literally all I've got for real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The first being raised, and the arm being extended, the blow making contact, the chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with? As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. You get to know why. Though, what manner of discourtesy is this? With all that whining, I thought the bird could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Okay, so the material way of thinking, I say. I guess in the world of a company, it makes sense that people think like that. Yes, 80%. I guess it's reasonable. But it's still interesting how they describe the punch. And Hohenheim took it personally. And now he's giving him a pump. And then someone from the welfare company also is taking it personally, and the punches and then a little chain reaction. And then the farmers appear. And then both companies take it personally at them. It would be funny. Team leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies, sir. We keep that in mind going forward. Yes, it seems to be reasonable. Yes, both of them agree. Pointless, gone. And then stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to swat me in the face and walk off scot-free. So freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out on Alan. That punch just now, though, what was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by a welfare company. Let us resume the task at hand. Señor give Team Leader Alan whatever information you have. And that door should lead to one of the ring protected turrets. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But where they actually lead, it's our play. Oh yeah, Wayfarer ID would be awesome, actually. That would be cool. Or maybe maybe him as an announcer could also work. But then it would be the question, what identity? Or would I just go with an eagle? Was there any event or ballpark that only had a eagle? I don't think so. It seems that's all the information we can provide. Would it suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a savable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for wayfarer companies back to mapping programs. Well, I don't know, ballpark? I don't know. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright then, I proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? I start with the one scenario I mentioned. You don't trust me at all, huh? Then why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Ellen began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before. Shall we? But thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this one. There are procedures for handling over-field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? More like Miracle of Harvests. Miracle and this one, Holiday Otis. Oh yeah! And the Bockup? Bockup also did have 2 eagles, right? But did the Bockup? Don was Vendrilla. Happy spielen Noises. The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues or perhaps taxidermied ants. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. Goodness, Williams from cultivation and Tiny Fits also had no ear. But Tiny Fits did have a certain amount. Also, Agnes colored only. I mean, it's a color couldn't really be counted. It's like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet and the itself seemed to carry a strange somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't on Kyoto, our usual suspect. Holy shit! The scale is just insane! That's the Way from 8 Association. Great Lakes special issue. 8 is E8? The 7, 8? So I guess traditional American English, I guess. Hero who had seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different. Interest and watching Express Book also had no ears. Man, seeing it really hits different. And the Indigo Elder sort of one-shots those monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It's a great lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered though. Organism of various sources can be identified here. Singularity, modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not right. No, they're not alive, but the Robonk did say that the ring has those zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this zoo would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here is dead. Still looks crazy sick, though. The vibe really hit. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept the sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side. Really surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred? The house tappers. What's it doing here? A second kindred of house tappers. Maybe the broker has a blood. It's such a stretch. At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite to the whale was another kind of exhibit that contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones. It looked as though they had been stripped from a human body. That's a gallery. Oh, it's gallery somewhere. Of the School of Fauvism. Probably a main studio. That, which comes with a maestro atelier and then auction house. Alan, we will be making our exit shortly. Prepared to initiate lockdown secrets. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Whoa. What are those? What should I call it? I guess like fabric or something? They look so out of place with the pixelated look. Turning toward the sound of the shoes cracking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks, staring directly at us. That presence. It's kinda like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a valuable solution here. This does connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite Plaisir. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers who were picked purely a bone mask stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. We came through the door. When the house fall, it wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? Yeah, who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, it must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into a raw, still thrashing flesh of a living thing. And the predator's furious, yet cavenously resonant howling. Rings a bell. Yet that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Bernard, was it? That's right. Emile Bernard. How should I even pronounce that name? Really kind of look up at the wiki and send the like the pronunciation of the name. I don't really want to look up anything, especially since I can't really find some of them. Emir bin Nua. Okay. So it's Sinclair's family. If it takes Sinclair as his first name. Emil Sinclair. Emil Benua. Emil Benoya. Benua. Emil Benua. Emil Benua. And they say you can't catch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, see? Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. So, don't presume. I only remember you because the tactility of Poison Guts are made for passive AW. First glance, it looked like Biosha was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro, but I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out of purpose to buy us time. That Dr. Sequence thing, how much longer till it's ready? Then Hohenheim, the Dr. Sequence, Piotr, who had been shooting the ring members and insist Claire, sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the long consequence lies in the island's hand, not mine. It is by its nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable puncture to try Renee. Any suggestions that were involved until the removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Dunkirk's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to start to false categorical rejection. But the moment he thought it outside and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Patent potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, it seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of the gaze was Biosha's blade. I was going to try using it anyway. I have long wanted to see if a maestro's staff is any different. Telling it that we're just leaving one work with it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We're practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has conveniently been delivered to them. Is it improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed? Fox is right. She and Hohen were geniuses. Yeah, I beg to differ. We got our paws, and our paws is more special than the other ones because our paws are stupid paws. And it's the best one. She and Hohen are genius, and the other is the weird of Andrea Chic. She is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my hand. We have no idea how much information the ring has on us. But even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this reaction? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clark. Think of that woman as my hand, and do as you did in HC's mansion. I take care of the rest. Right. It's probably our best shot. Yeah, I know HC is Heathcliff. What other manner could you be referring to, to be honest? But the other man was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow. Secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow time. I cut from Arayashiki even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance. Might at least stall the maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of the exhibit only houses submission from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show a promise to excellence. Number 4, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism, and mine, the gallery of Emile Boynua, which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight, if possible. Oh shit. Still, we are talking about a unique relic here, a masterless one at that. Acquiring the Akashiki makes it worth the cost. So the only thing is the relic Akashiki. Okay, that's all I know. If you wanna taste confusion flickered across Ryosh's face, she tried to unsheath the blade. What's the matter? Oh. The locked house of spiders used to find the Akashiki no longer exist. So why? Why can't I draw the blade? Oh, that's unexpected. Could the rumors of you mastering that relic were the false? The master only gave a loose swing of the arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshi recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the master's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood of Ryoshi's arm and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. So, noticed that, did you? I had my doubts. From the moment I saw you here today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Can you shoot? What do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about? Ask as any student. They get the same predictable answers. The deadly venom that leaks gas. It's lamentably disappointing. The master advanced toward us with an assured certainty. Then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, pawning it a nail thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a threat, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine linked to like a cliche, in the jaw bound not by bone but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow their prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admired their structural refinement. The thrice coiled ring on her ring finger gave off a gold. The thrice coiled ring on her ring finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with a sickening scratch and crack of flesh and bones assembled. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of robust material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? Maestro plunged her arm into the long serpent body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of an Earthfather's, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim stood up to second still of it. 1 minute to go. Step aside. The tech from the Eagle Gear Hohenheim hastily brandished. Didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. Whoa! As I scrambled to equip the sinners with the potentialities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through the hurtling motion. The one who intercepted the blow. Shit. Was Kira struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with a still sealed blade. Kira! Did she suddenly have a change of heart? I wasn't aware of. Shit. This wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind a bit. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of an utter regret. Medal, huh? For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite a quantity of tattoos onto yourself. You must be the new kid Matthias took in. Why do you still stand in my way? Fine now. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it. They forgot to ditch me here. What did I even... Must be instinct off. Pitifully shake off her opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head on. So the behavior of the psyche can be controlled by suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister. Quit yapping and let me use my plates. Authorized ready. Lifting locks now. Kira's femoral weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic chain. She used the recoil of the motion to skip back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Boinua's arm from the dead walker as well. The maestro lashed out again with a monstrous lip, but there's a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee to glimpse of the baddest form that only the most renowned of victors can display through the ages. Singing opening Don Quixote's lamp into the arm of with a full might, knocking off its trajectory. Projectably, however, the sheer force of the Maestro's attack instantly reduced her into a red flash of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone, the door. First, retrieve the guarding remnants of symmetry. As Faust made her exit to what was once 70 outlet, the student of the rings already cleared up and bearing her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Quite for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having sights of the force of the ring trade. Right behind her through the door. Kira seemed to have realized the risk that no one of their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking, diving in like that? You, don't just stand there. Get over here now. Huh? But this guy's gonna come flooding in if I... You, TTM? Want to get cleaved in half again? You pin this on me later. You're gonna play. Broke the Maestro's arm with her hair as it came down on her again. The Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone and who had died. Not a sequence complete. Our back to links have been cut. Fortunately, Adam managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the Maestro could cross over. Poor cat. Think you can still use your arms? I am fine. So she says. Here would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members have managed to cross in form by rather sensitive force. Fighting them off with just the same as I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case, let's assume you're all available right now. As soon as I call out to the voices come through Hohenheim's radio, one after another. I guess so. Ready for your order, executive manager. I Otis am prepared to enter your call whenever and wherever. Hang on. I just need to finish this fight. Everyone, to me! Yeah, it makes more sense why we can select all of them. I'm still broke with yeah, they're going crazy. Imperfect good. Okay, it's all. The middle, nah. Ausfall, nah. Thing in the SE? Yeah, it's going crazy. So we have Pulse for the student of the ring. Mod color roll. Step 9. One hit, get weak code sleep for every 3 step. An end, get 1 defense level down next turn for freeze for every 4 step. An end, lose 1 step. A random enemy skills. No, it's about the mechanic they have. Odd color, this is the unique one. Adds. Just do more damage. This one skill 3 inflicts. So the last one. Is it free? It's not. Like it's not help. It deal more damage but lose class power. You only give 3. Anything quickly another way. On hit with the skin inflict. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Okay. No skin inflict. Oh, okay, random infliction also. Okay, awesome. Also turn 1 crashing. It's a little more difficult than normal. Oh, you don't say! Wish you best of luck for dawn. At least it's a skill 1. Gets a skill 1 with 1 dash power. Okay, let's see. For favorite is this points. This one's good. Neutral 2 points 12. Okay, this one is more. This one is better. This one is generally better. Sanity. And keep it. And I'm lost.
여러분이 이때까지 겪었던 일은 전부 보고서로 전달받았습니다. 관찰일지도 다 읽었죠.
도대체 어떤 사람들일지 다들 궁금해했어요.
Yeah,
요즘
what's
같은
that?
시대에
Terror
여러분처럼
Father Student.
미래보다 행동을 앞세운 실험 정신을 가진 사람들은
What's this?
몇 없거든요.
And Pharaoh. If the target has a more, I don't know, final power plus 2, can really go on with those. I had that on Limbus already, that Don was the only one who was given on once. At least now skill 3 is there. What is it? I was looking for it. It starts what? Let's see. If the Sunu does not have reflection and if the target has activate the maybe this one's pretty. I don't know. Should be fine. When she switches it will critique. Yeah, that's true. It's really good. The requirement. Everything negative. But I guess it fits, right? Also, that's why I kind of want more, which then with Ring Lisa. Yeah, no. It's want to take it off. Again. We'll just lose it on this return reaction. Could do this, and technically he would be dashing with it. Question is, this is better than a favor. That's the question. Maybe it would also activate these, so I think I'd take it. I think I'm gonna do this.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
Yes.
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠고 의사 실험 기록이 있다면 따로 전송해주게.
敵に対して
Rescue 2 for the save. This you want?
왜냐하면 예술을 여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도
You're right. Can
세키로도
you
처음부터
like
거리를
use
하지
like a
말았어야지.
violet breaking step? I want to see some of your animation. To be honest. Violet breaking step. Wow.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 이제 친생네요.
Has someone any flash or like any round all flashes?
엄마는 무기라면
어.
뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다. 난 제가 늘 말씀드려 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각해. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
Okay, basically that's not way. Is everyone with? Yeah. Okay, everyone is currently with West on
아이씨, 짜증나게.
방금의 움직임 두말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
이런 것쯤이야. 눈 감고도 해.
확실히 훌륭하군.
Yeah!
덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이
바이올렛, 브레이크.
Thanks, Kara. Kara really listens, huh?
알리사가 감염도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다
Okay,
산출값이
it's time to end them once and for all.
산출했던 비정상값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었고
이제야 친해졌네요. 저희 뼈를 풀자. 이제야 친해졌네요. 혈관의 두께. 효율적인 대처로 대치를 꿰뚫었습니다.
라시
Didn't pay it.
참고로 기계는 입에 달린 말 따위 또 쉽게 하지 않아요. 매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네.
지금처럼
Yeah.
그렇게만 해.
엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠
You still have it fresh. Only the first door. And the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought it was the war set for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent, and we may merely beset by ill luck. If you'd just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. You can drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me, weirdos. We would have opened them more out in the end of the day. SD? What's that? Same difference. Why? I shouldn't have like that. Just say duh or something. Or just spat it out. And say it was anticipated. That's WA. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated for this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was crazy myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This by all measures counts as a flawless expedition. Taking away this device and Andres asks with the amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Was focused and won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? It cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf, but as forest beasts have endured as long-standing faction within the ring. They've got that much history. They must know many back doors, both the origin and destination points. And it clarified what Ryosha was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge to alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourself over much. Even if that was the case, it is unlikely that they would move to the House of Spiders so soon. Eh? They could always rush for a surprise attack though. Even that power space just seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they would need to attempt to assess and deliberate about the situation. The logical scope of the concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional theft via back doors, and the like. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw my blade? Why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? I should lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering, most faint, was seen by all indeed. And my son too. It's possessed or something. Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all before Ryosha was talking about the scabbard. Ryosha gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting toward the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memories of Araya? Ryosha, do you? Is it an SS? Demon Edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those. Noise at the sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Allen. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack just not damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility now? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate.
파우스트는 이번에야말로 완성했어요.
That's my fault.
마에스트로님께서도 인정할 수밖에 없을 완벽한 걸작을.
There.
파시아도 파우스트의 생각에 동의한다고 하네요.
Relics and design. Ooh. Okay. Looks interesting. Portland brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. That's probably called math. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This was a forward base constructed by this company following Operation Spider Pie. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backed investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example? Research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Senate sign and the manifestation of possible futures. Ah. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him. The same people who had dragged him off earlier. Doesn't that mean Ishmael is also there? Hey, I got a bit more. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to the watch and watch the show or kill some time while they look for brief after work. How long will the examination take? Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded the analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour for now, at the latest. Scabbard read it again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it weighed almost felt like a child scripting. It's moving again. Come along the airship. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. The ocean Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Then we get to Sinclair then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vesper Crabro. With a big piece of paper covered in a crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief. Manager. And snacks. Mr. String Bean ate up all of them. So, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Yeah, kick his ass. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Cowan also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you put me in a clutch spot. Understood. Karen's super sucky mud engaged. Not talking for half a day. You're probably super fast, but I can do. Beep beep! Mud disabled. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my bag now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Karen forgives this time. Next time, no messy. Just make sure she doesn't listen to the radio channel again. But she just looked up on with an inscrutable expression as Corbin peeled the snake feet sign off the Vespa's back. Make sure to ruin this, so I don't have to think about burning through what little candy chance I have left in such trivial nonsense. Think. Every time Vespa talks, there are just like some noises, which makes it feel like that every time he talks, he's eating something. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it. Yeah, babe. Wait a minute, I was saving it for later. As soon as you were being picky. But don't you know? You just see you gobbling up my share. He took my snake too. What? Kick his ass! Rodion Romanovich. I'm over that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're rated DLCs so supplies as well. Cheer! That's total being agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that, and this is this. No, I'm going, bye. Nah. Also, why is the music so quiet all of a sudden? The lines of Virginia's brow look deeper than usual today. Hoping to have him out of this endless circle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broadcast a brooding silence with my TikToks. Rodion, the child of the Black Sun. Rodion is the descendant of the Black Silence. Never done anything about Synthesizer? I'm just inquiring about the outcome of the research on the site. I have heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair, due to limited accessibility to the phenomenon. The only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is going to be difficult. Process applied, except for Sinclair, none of the signals can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people can perceive it. Hey, a select few? If there were more individuals with science, there would be a wider pool of a comparative analysis of statistically samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the regular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs. Do you mean people like Damien and Sanson? Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Put in some superpower future cell and just wreck everything? Even Sonya? I should step in and put an end to the subject before there gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. But Sinclair from the future, that each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those are the layers of light rigs that Damien used to finish off promo. Sanson dragging into his story. Those could be it. That does seem plausible. No, I don't think Damien's mic is just Mon. I'll be honest, I don't think it's just Mon. Attack by Anderson. I really don't think. The attack is actually not even Mon. It's actually something different. So none of that information we can confirm it. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of the subject would not venture beyond the realm of wide speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Therefore, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. Oh, Yusung is finally speaking up. Someone forgot that he still was here. Yeah, Marcel was way faster than Yi7. No, for the first line. Marcel too was started. Okay, the same flash when he swung his arm. I think it's just a bit weird how they say. Like the layers of the light rings Damien use is Damien's side power. Just be like, yeah, manga is a side power. We have no like certain pinkies and stars. Pinky stars. So I think we should ignore them and just let it be. More up there than they do. They are for. I actually think Damien has something to do with predictions. Like he can like a stronger form of like the view of seeing the future. But more like, in a way, with Limbus company, different mirror world, or like different outcomes. I feel more like Damon's mark would be something like that. But it could also be that since I'm thinking about it, that might be his side because of the way he talked about Sinclair. But it could also just mean that it's just regular protective power. It could also be, so hard to say. This is at best grounded in superstition. But it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestige left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit about the sign, maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah. The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the sign working may be equivalent of those singularities already. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off of the research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off. But still, let it happen anyway. No, I mean, I'm kidding. That's what I tried to get I just thought I'd try going along with the mood. Yeah, I think Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to truck around like that. It's really changed lately. For the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we shouldn't worry about? I stuck close to him in case nothing serious came up. Just just took some blood, some small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the signal reacts to electrical stimulation. I had to fill out some questionnaire too. Things like, please describe what you remember for the battle exactly as it happened, or the sensation you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of the moment have yet to return. No, I don't know if they ever come back actually. Paul said that they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, with my future self, to even have those memories, should I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox. It would seem. In such a case, I think there's merely one branch here among many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than us, too diminished to ever reserve. They cause them to trace the path back to the self that now exists. So that the feeling suggested. Not certainly, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again, more than that nonsense only you lot understand. Oi, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory, or whether perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? At you kicking off proper out there. Even pulled out a trick you picked up from that blasted old geese, alright? Not just that, he was using the monk technique quite effortlessly too. What? That clone ring thing? Okay, now this is making it much more confusing. Using monk technique. And Mrs. Fisher's must have a different. But why would they assume that it's not monk? Or are we the stupid one at assuming that it is monk? So time to relate what he thought probably. Yep, the clone ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. It's just a clone ring thing? This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Wasn't Ishmael talking about both things? I need to reach a mod after this. Because if it is, then it is quite concerning. If it was not talking about damage, then yes. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing, anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura makes it really tough, so one part of it. But there's gotta be more, right? I don't know. Could be a secret finger thing and then passed down on to the members. Technique gear or something like that. Look at that black Cody leader that lay hang great at the nurse father, so we fought for a lot of the fingers and the notion seems to unravel. Even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. And Virgilius too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards who can use it. Some posh chop and trick is it. Without anyone particularly prompting it. The sinner slowly turned their gaze towards Virgilius and whispered. So does every distortion have they have their unique weird flaw? Can he really just never stop eating or something? Everyone is quirky and distortion detectives apparently. Or not even distortion detective, but more like LCD. I mean, they literally have blade lineage, but it's two members, and an X distortion. Or something, but we'll figure out more about where it came on the next new event after this one. I only learned to weird it from my team leaders too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. This was the greatest ascent you once. Also one talking about being what the hard to explain it. Experience this such objectives? No. Not yet, at least. However, I can spare there are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulate among elite fixers and association leaderships. That there exists a power cushion capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers says though. Yes, even a technique to manifest it. How the tips really switch through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. It's super rookie column of the latest Mac bonus vid. Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farm with a shiny mang wrapped around the weapon. It must be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's the latest issue. Literally on the video tip on the back. Maybe you missed it? Video tape? Huh? Oh, solo leveling is now in the universe of this company. And it's for many a week have I been stranded from Mappy, relieving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicles, but the latest one as well. Woe is me. When I return, I shall feast upon the night upon those noble experts of adventuring fix. So dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection. I'll just cut into the conversation. Her guessing and ring was suspicious. But from what I recall, the mental of Shin prepares its user a high degree of physical enhancements. There's no such thing as reinforcement whatsoever. No power of the magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to read it. In the set of the as a rewards for the rest sort of that power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and the augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego it used. Do you mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved to those considerable strength. At our current level, it is not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it. Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. And according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing to one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is in essence a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Was for Bros visibly pushed the moment Yellow Harpoon left the chili's lip. Yeah, doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He got those yellow threads on his clothes. And he uses some harpoons too. Can you argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Sina Yiseng, pre-contract self could manage to learn it. When must this self of mine be chosen as a point of comparison? Well, of course, you're the wimpiest one here. And I just kept to you. limits of. It would be a mistake to assume its power anyone can grab peace. Some history of bunker by contract considers the ability to wait is temporarily limited. Unless you rely on particular abilities or come up upon an extraordinary circumstance. It's a shame that would be useful. And you don't to give the shit and monk to everything. Hey, then what about me? Can I let it do? Hero who had been fidgeting with her flipiness would raise an arm and ask us though she couldn't hold the crush back any longer. Come to think of it, at the middle Nosfer, didn't you say Shinor, man? Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without stupid crutch like that. It wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such power in the first place. Should manage it. Hello. Welcome back. My first response is always to come back dripping with a venomous hatred, whenever the conversation turns into the topic of penis. Hero must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to describe. Either way, she had her time, her expressions settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a friend that you are an ally, strictly speaking. Comfortable because the manager in this heinous threat should treat you with lenience. Step out of line, and you will be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Vachelius said that could argue with. Here had been a man with the House of Battles, shimmer scores of SCE researchers, and left us plenty of memories we had rather not revisit. From now, we are just working together, not contesting that decision. But it doesn't mean we have no hard feelings toward her. Leaving Kira along with her heart. The sinners split back to their own business. Like private chatter and conservations about whatever happened around SE. The examination could be concluded. Suppose it wouldn't be easier to let you see the results together. And before you knew it, all I'm reassured that that's to present the conclusion first? No. The notion of the sword being sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scale. An eager force that it had a paradoxical in nature. Yes, it would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient son, huh? Yes, around here, this missive. made the scabbard clear, but also if it had taken offense. Somehow I felt like it could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. There was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be is resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on that matter. State of existence under question is not one that may be defined as the death at the moment. I assume they ask whether they can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing the survivor is a fixed variable, and that there is a reconstitution of the original corporeal body was within the realm of theoretical possibility. The probability approaches zero given limits to today's technology and conditions. Researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There's no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present manager under. Such matters are reserved for us as scientists to hold on to. Right. But you may have uncovered a thread. Something that could lead restoring Sinanriosh's memories. Though again, that too is a merely possibility. And far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis of the scabbard would be unnecessary. And with Alan for the next duty. You should still be at the ring as far as possible. That will be all. When it comes to off though, camping small shutters with any further exchange might scatter and mess up the mental theories that constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Pushing the forward, updating the guests as soon as we're attending the event that's interested at all. Going by the waiting the fox it once and stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they've been intentionally listening to our conversation. Where we to go? Right. Sorry. Forgot the rest of the event there with us. Faust and Kirtliasha and I have been checking where each breakfast is. Oh, and Kirtan. The prison of war executive manager. Keep talking about me. Oh yeah, I guess I'm working with them too, man. best remember to read carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm of the executive manager, you will be held accountable without the exception. Yeah, sure, what else? Kira needed an old with a modern card, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly hidden. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we a few more people. Yes, one of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the ring sky. There was a close call. Artisan Heath left hands so shut up the moment it finished. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. I know I can rely on your orders. Your recognition of my loyalty after the Executive Manager. I just understood better than anyone you're concerned about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. You have your indispensable self besieged with only a handful of soldiers under your command. This cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties, so without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, I'll just. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just kill out the moment you summon me. It's a bit dodgy. Yeah. Better I stick with your side. Let's scrap it up myself. You probably don't need me to come along, man. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier. If shit hits the fan. My research didn't finish hurts in my efforts. I should join you once it has found fish. I don't think I could be much happier whenever we're doing fast. I will follow if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine. I'll just stick with that. It'll probably be okay. You can always sign them again if things get too ridiculous. For now, I should go see Adam again. Sorry. I think I'd be here real quick. I just want to remind you, I need to click on it so I can actually see the messages that was deleted. When did I cut myself? And why do I just now notice it? There's not even like bleed or anything. That's the most confusing part. you just find a random wound suddenly burning. Is she close or what is happening? I'm so not confused. Anyways, solid.
하나씩
예.
차근차근 그어서 되갚아 보죠.
Yes. Anyway, yes, all right. I was waiting for you. We sifted through the we sifted through and isolated the door with the highest probability of leading into the rings gallery. Next up would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but 100%. It was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gate stores? Yep. That door over there. Pretty sure it's connected to N-Corp's nest. I saw Bina going in, all hyped about Subcant, whatever it was. And that wooden door with the bandages wrapped around the handle. I was going in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by a farm subsidiary or something. Like earlier, when she offered only vague snippets, even about just a single door. There was no feeding Ellen a stream of intel. It seemed solid, even to someone as clueless about the backdoors me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated, even after that Ellen character roughed her up, from what I heard. Yeah, you'd think she'd climb up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, executive manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright, then. Based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. I didn't think that with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys wanna go first? They all look about the same. Just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say that these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. This is a reach for the nearest door, as he's referred me to. The urge was suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one. I stood a few steps apart. This door. It's familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was there. Hardly had Ryosha stopped speaking when a fragmented memory painted over in parts slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. But I can't recall much about it. That memory just now could be tied to an area. Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the others. Oh, goosebumps with the rain! This is the She-Hulk's perfect place to assassinate. This place is... Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest, most likely a park. Every sword walking here string some animal along. It means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lodge, this place. The walk the Casvillos mentioned in her memory, or was the sight of people passing over that path. Pieces clicked together and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spite. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Why isn't she getting any better? I feel lots to eat. Oh, I know. Wanna go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Sarah? There's this workshop that always visits. The door seems connected to a park. We can go right now. The ocean treasured memory burned up right in my vision before passing. There was as a kid. Verily, such gentleness doth seem the most unlike the young Ryosha. And that's where Dante had to revive Don Quixote. Hancock, who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. GG. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryosha's past. This time though, her memories seem to manifest for everyone around. Just like what we experience in H-Kobo Pongo. Which probably means... Why are you staring at me? It's a red note, what the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess that's not bad to Kira. And again, I like how it was between Lindayo and Hunro. Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryosha. I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable how they companion about young Ryosha? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of this, sorrow would be locked away in the vault every time I had to lodge an assignment of a spiral-driven group. Plus ever leash, looking back, it might have been a kind of fate that had you that summer. It's such cruelty upon a voiceless animal. How can such wickedness be born? Well, what about what happened to Sarah in the end? She died before her time. don't recall why, but there was this day when someone would stop whimpering again, and I shut myself in my room crying. You were? No one else? Who else? Oh, see, it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And what I was craving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beast Bone Blade. Tempted the wine and yet and Saul's voice with every swing. Ew, no way. I wish I knew there was something creepy with Robark. So that's how you killed it. Oh, how you killed the dog, huh? No, it didn't kill Sauron. That Tantor was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell. I'm right, not a psycho. I smell better in it like abnormals. And then it stared at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat. As though it was sparking with fear. The corporate is my does fall the start. The moment when you pass here. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shone what remained of that hand with my own hands. But me thinking after hearing all that, why did you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you wanna steer well clear? Yeah? The fascist is more a corpus as far as this bad. Right, yeah, look, fascia is an organic blade. Meanwhile, the present Yoshihide god was pretty much the same thing, but it was an animal. It's a collaboration between a corpus and a forest. Right, those fancy code artworks were also so cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other ring artworks outside Albina and Hannah's fathers, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. I felt the same. But I was terrified at first. Yet as I learned more, there was some bad facets that suited my taste. Though finest appeal in those grotesque creations. From what you have told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never concept the understanding of others. The arcane, the horrible. There's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Ah, bloody hell. How do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? I think you need to understand. You don't notice. I got used to it. But the best installation of what awesome night travels and nightmares for. The scabbard moved into the ocean kept for pause. I trembled, but there was that once a strange liveliness to it. I stood quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors, praying for nightmares and a house of spiders. There's actually someone who does scared of ring stuff back in your day. I need to check something we've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, that's nothing is worth checking around here anyway. With this selection complete, we created Fallout here. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth. Awesome thought. Right there. There must be a huge artwork display here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went above pausing, saying he needed to practice so he wouldn't lose his tongue. Oh. Mommy, what's wrong? Over there. If I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshida. I decided to attempt the installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my garden. But mommy, people were screaming. It was Yoshida. Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Let's get back to our room. I was having something in my arms. I was crying. Sorry? No, too big to be sorry. The decorated mirrors can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Yosha everything we knew about Aya, but it would never truly reach her. I see. This sort of void. This must be Aya. The sensation and emotion of often emptied, being entangled with Yosha's memories. And it makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The softer ride Araya gave seems to show how pleased to cheer us with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we ended up at Sturgis memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. How did they get in here? Slept Kira pointed ahead, with figures wearing animal masks while howling. What looked like massive lumps of flesh hiding behind a tent of sorts. The swing assailants from before. Did Stowe not say those has sealed that door earlier? Why then do these villains come to stand before us once again more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely secret route. Another back door. As you can see, the objective appears to be the retrieval of the ring Nasford sword. Get on with it. We need to move as many pieces as we can before we put out. Wait, but I thought Rubber Arm was washed. He's got so many vampires and fangers here? Yeah, that's a lot of persistent value in Antarctica itself. Was it just a case of posthumous premium of defect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are a little vague to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them, pretty fun. But imagining how those pieces would be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected with the name of previous scripting blades. Really unseemly. Hi, Triple Harbor. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed your stay with Limbus company. They may be occupied with transporting those objects wherever now, but they will likely soon find a cause to harm the wayfarer, and there's the personnel stationed here. Execute a better job. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Limp hand. They really do some buzz with the sinners with Bryce this time. It should be fine.
뛰어난 병사라도 적재적소에 쓰지 않는
The
무의
music is
운명.
located
우선
location
전황부터
based.
살피지.
No, it's because I got the nurse father here and the apprentice. They are having the boss fight. So much to that. Nice. I just want to point out, both at 0 SP and both of them almost perfectly rolled heads. I mean, it's not that much of a surprise for an anime, but from identity to also almost it was like one hits. That was insane. Anyways, oh, Kira, Violet Pick is them. Yeah. Nice.
짜증나게.
를 건드렸겠다.
Oh, your favorite song.
세피라들도
It's
결국
simple
편에 설
answer.
수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버려.
Wait. Just do 2 0 SP head. Yes. Don't have much SP. Yeah. But if like do I have it again? If you like you have 2 skill ones, both are struggling, and the evade actually was enough power. I'm still going with the evade. Anyways, my favorite sinner is the one that is currently full in Iron Maiden armor. Post. Next to the world famous Bumpfield, the favorite of pretty much every player. When I remember this with the apples.
연단이 떠올랐어.
I yeeted! Okay, that's so. Okay, perfect. We got to know 1, 2, and 3.
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나 좋은 움직임이로구나.
Like, this is the monster idea. Technically, for our Walker, we could get the Fan Reformer student. That would be something. But the question is, would it really add more ring? I had an idea. Yeah. Favorite identity? Oh boy. Favorite identity? Alopecia. To be more precise, Acacia, Flower Branch, or Depth House. I completely mixed up the order, but still none. Acacia Flowers. Four sticks. Moa spell. That's a right out there.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
짜증나게.
참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
엎드리도록.
My second favorite identity would be Lord of Hongyan. And then you basically go from Mao to you to C to Wu,
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
and somewhere in between we have Family Ashman.
방금의 움직임 두말할 것 없이
Oh, dancing! Dancing is cool.
보여드려야겠군요.
이런 거 치면 눈 감고도
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거리를 하지
Yeah,
않았어야지.
awesome. Yes, go. Oh, I love and hate this so much. Technically, for unfocused battles, it's technically better to put the ones with the gluttony skills at the really early deployment, so they can actually use the skill more. Favorite 85%. Oh boy. I don't want to be actually boring. Fine if you say so. Also, you missed a fumble. Why isn't it saying overdue anymore?
확실히 활용하고 오버할 수가 있자. 덕분에
That's really
넘어간 적이 많던지.
He's using would be Liam, the Index of the Spider, or Solum Lambert. Let me just put on a list so I can actually continue with the battle.
샴페인을 가져오기
I know the best list. The list is called Guess the Limbus.
모두의 희생을 기리는 투표를 드는 것도 나쁘지
I know the
않겠죠.
newest one, so I can easily find them. For using it's either Solemn Lament or Index. Good. I had multiple battles with the not so correct Maku. Don't notice. Now, finally. But I think I would give it over to Rian. So, the House of Spiders, Index Nurse Father, Easter. 6-1. Because I'm a plan. Put you in the card.
산초류 경혈고
So
라시
then, false already clear.
끝을 낼 시간.
Small.
단번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이
Second,
기세라면 이번
I
라운드도
would
무난히
say,
승리하실 수 있을 겁니다. 아가씨.
she falls. The association E6 and 3 falls.
피어나도 피어나라.
자세 틀림은 없군.
After that, I'll be in as
그렇게
well.
시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일처리
Yeah,
빠르게
from
이제 친해졌네요.
하는지.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네.
either
확실히 관리자가
manager
지위가
component
동반된다면
or
승률이
bottom again name of love and hate. And also index proxy and Asia way are also good options. You both really prepared them simultaneously. My God, you both can instantly. So we have Leo saying that's valid. A butler first valid. A middle dawn valid. Fade a Roman. Ooh. A black English middle also. Yeah. And DSC Honglu. The DSC Honglu is still the uptie loading screen on my like the from the update store. Is still the loading screen I still have since forever on mobile. I never upload anything else on mobile. It's just DSC Honglu every load. 7 current color. If yeah. SCCB middle age. SCCB, okay. Is it running on? Don Claire, obviously. Waller Butler Otis. And Lamp. Or Edgar Gray. What is this? How? What is this? Sinking? This is almost sinking team you have as your favorites. Someone with Isang. Alpha's manager Don Finna Roman Yasha. Prince of Carpenter Sword. Still love it. Wildhand Heathfield. Jason Ricardo. John Office Ishmael. Keisha Rodi. I guess. Pinky on Middle Sinclair, Magic Bullet Otis, and Firefist or Lampbreaker. I said just two other favorites for the sinners. Oh, do tell. I'll be honest, I think I give the favorite Don ID to King Association E63 Don. It's the identity I have the most memories of while using. Especially voice lines. Then for sure. I think I'm gonna go with Faint Aroma too. What do I? No, I think I'm giving it to a Mario. Sure. Then the monster I don't need to look at the ideas. Yeah, for me it's clearly a couple. Obviously, Lord Humbloo, Heathcliff, probably going to be Ricardo, but currently I think it's Full Stop or Haitian. I think I'm giving it to Full Stop Heathcliff since he threw the goodness of pod into the void. The goodness. That's one of the best things. Ishma family hero candidate. And Rodion, Princess. I think my favorite is Princess Rodion. Mainly design. And Sinclair, absolutely middle Sinclair. I love this idea so much. Use it so often. Always wins, even like the worst cases. The middle Sinclair just won the clashes no matter what. So. Too good. And Mao Otis. Favorite Otis idea. And then Gregor, I think. I think maybe Priest? I don't know. For Greg, I'm going with AEDD, the Hohenheim idea. That's my favorite Greg idea. So yeah. Son of Lament, the second falls. Sing Don, Sing Sword, Chopin Blue. We have Leo Ishmael. The Deviat Rodion. Mostly like Definite Autists, like Greg and Paul. Ricardo, he throws people out of the map left and right. I want to do Ricardo, Heath, Surly, and Mirror Dimension when he dropped. And also a duo run with Heath and Dawn. Just Heath and Sim. That's what? Something I don't know. Something. Basically just Ricardo and Werner. Yes. With this, the last ring infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Ryoshu kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but unfortunately, no other ring members were inside. Probably the radio idea. Right, but where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave. Had more of the more. What am I even saying? Had more of the have more of the Zorgs legging it in from the back, like they'd be lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs, according to the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the signification another corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys and this on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designed it as the corridor of the middle nurse father. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks here have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia catalog, the notable characteristics of these corridors, and all of the connection laws. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, ignoring at her nails, as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she stepped out of it like she had just locked in on a decision. Sure, I could soft tell you like hell of stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie. But I can still recall like 20 places clear. I mean, it was my hope for me and Papa, so I got nothing. I never once regarded that Papa's room as a home. And my memory is so fade out, fragments at best. Discovered gave a faint restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort the ocean in your only way cushion. And accompanied by its tremors, we began to remove we began our move toward the corridor of the middle. From Earth.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감, 피를 마시는 순간에는
This
생각나지
is
않을 것.
more like what I expected, I'll be honest.
가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
With the top three.
그게
That's about what I
우리가 이룰
expected.
수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
School. Yeah, you think we are one foot done? What do you think? Or most of the time, really, it's just reading. We're question mark out of question. No, we're 6 out of question mark done. Yeah, I know.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서 되갚아보죠.
The heck, they swapped everything that wasn't even done, huh? Music. Red Knot, ISB Tipper, Half of thy worldly possessions, articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. And the underscore was. I'm not talking about my toy box, okay? I had hella many of them anyway. My TV's gone. The couch too. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left with television and the family couch set used to be. Can't be understood because when TV does it. The boss films. It's okay, but the route is not TV and well, you're mixing up a lot of things, huh? Oh, those edgy researchers support them away. And from the sound of it, they're going to set them up in the staff lounge. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'll be setting them off. Yeah? Audrey seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. In the corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with a faint nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'll become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much? I never wanted them. I never wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you all about what I know, so come this way if you want him. These two doors are here made from paper and wood. They connect to Escort. And the one reinforced with steel, that one leads to V-Corp. Back streets well. And we lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself. Hero was clearly the right person for the job. Into identifying where each door wayfarer company had asked us to explore that. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All that seems to match. Thanks for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I've gotta say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals too. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, is it? This is just simply as turning the knob and entering it. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with that too convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since the intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W-Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Honestly, it would be funny if like all W-Corp identities would get Wayfarer identities and all of them would just be better charge IDs for them. They're just getting literally replaced with the better one. W-Corp lying dead on the floor. I mean, that's literally their business. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties, thanks to the quality information you have provided, you understand that Wayfarer Company's primary service include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Oh no, small text. Oh boy. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on the pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities whose abstract natures haven't even been confirmed yet. That appear in the liminal space between paths. We're gonna face up against those liminal space enemies. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secure path well secure. I'd say our operating cost is one that the rather step side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with it off. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. I think I remember someone saying it would have like backrooms like Game following the weapon. Ja, Limbus backrooms game called the Wayfarer Company. To be honest, good. Like a DOS type of game as well, where you just go to different back doors. Maybe his dry smile and uncertain lack of reaction is anything to anything are hints that he simply seemed to be faced with most horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help of everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I had expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the latch door. This puppy used to walk through all the time. I put the key to the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar salty smell tickled the tip of my nose. One of my clock hands. Giant stingray portrait. This one connects to some of the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to Yukon. Giant stingray portrait. Stingray. Huh? What does that ring a bell? Ring. Hang on a minute. It's that. Is a place in it. The portrait that has Southern Doom Morlocks, the private hair salon. Yusuf chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. No wonder! Doth it signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? Huh? Quit with that luscious nonsense, lass. Don't encourage me now when you are so cavalier about blasting my villainous hours so big at the lake. Indeed, alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band have severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that the coupons to use would remedy thy pain and smidge? Bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anyone. Sweet, then can I use them? For a regular submersion to the place Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor, and he'd bring loads of coupons back. They give them a white coupon every 10 visits. You see, so I... what am I yapping about all excited? Gilbert would seem ready to launch into a cheerful run, came to an abrupt pause like a biker tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scarfed her pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why? But it's true, these guys went out of the way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. It's gonna be so complicated. Matthias gave you a non-aesthetic BC. What's a BC? Boca. Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. some reason, I just seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira collecting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the earlier days for our buzzword journey. Looking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the sinners had less reason to voice their frustration with regards to the acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously comprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, the executive manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along at first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still, corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know odd of that conflict within the drifting and apocryphal they may be. Yet we are all compelled to peel towards the interest of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into to really get what he was thinking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to shut him up and talk about mutual subjects, though. He'd tell me about you all the time, Yoshida. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like Yoshida learned this in 2 days, or yo, this was Yoshida's fail, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words were once a worth shit. I once thought of him as the same as you do now, a good man, at least among the nurse ones, caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized that he did never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day thou sayest, pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That I don't remember when or why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Was it something that happened at school? Funny that one was the first one to say. Yeah. Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit. I've never been to school. I've never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was there teaching me how to use these doors. Even so baby you doing going, I'm up to school, Dad, in the video, so I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't. Scare went on, and the urge of confidence was the initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her, so much of her memory had been mutilated. Yosha didn't sound like she was denying it out of the hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said that she never been to school and had never even wanted to. Thanks for the follow. I'll be at this day. Welcome to the adventure party. Get there if you're not. And goodbye. For you. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I read it, the scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. But, Yoshida, I will register you in an institution that is not entirely that dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the ring. Academy. Sure, it was a school, and not like an art academy or something like that. A chance it'd be an academy, not a school. Wait, what kind of makes most sense? Yeah, must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. There's an cafe. People for me and yeah, I should have a few words though. There were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. Ow! The lightly smacked me upside the head with a scalpel. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clark. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Why that was sudden? How do I go to a school? Oh, school, Yoshihide. Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than intruding through any of the necessary public education system. But Dad, I saw them in a picture book, and I don't have any friends here. Rhiannon is pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group education and engenders competition. Yoshida, I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There's an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit and inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Kalissa, I tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how you're so certain of that? To elaborate, if you can, hand puppet of the prescripts for whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice? Or what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Kalissa had found me a rather decent academy. The upwards was used to scare me when I was alone, and as bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite right. That's quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on duty. Of course, I would, when all we ever did was nod along the lectures and spout public prose, or by making concussions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Nowadays, today, we will focus on corporate techniques. You know, take a good look at the diagram here. Then the mannequin before you. with the body, with the blood vessels in the tympanums as the diagram, and yeah. Don't know why we are even learning about opera stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get what the point of this slide is. Turning in the shaping blood vessels to make a color that can that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. And I'm excited to learn about Cupid's techniques this way. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even part of the curriculum? It's just boring shadow gloss stuff. No, it's scary, but it's boring as shadow only because you guys are bad at it. What? You might cause your daddy's the name Corporate? How is he? No wonder her stuff is just as oh. Also, the people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. And then bad mouthing Callisto was actually what set me off. I didn't have any special references or attachment to family like what you said, yeah. I just it's just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age. Kids will be kids, and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy, you're home early. Oh man, you must have been playing rough today, huh? You've got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? I'm a cheap, but it's okay, cause I punched them this many more times. Did it do good? Yes. Oh my god. Eh? Where are you going? Oh, you know. Just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit down and work on a coloring book? There is be a home for you know. Okay. Is it pro business? No, it's family business. I ain't saying so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty salts don't learn respect lest you be obedient to them. Huh. If only he'd have been a simple-minded, unminded fool like him. Then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You had a member of the family that automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Oh. Oh. Yeah, you see that? Is this starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? Aura farming is such. She achieved no thing against her. You know what that means? You know how strong the teacher was. Probably a maestro of all of the ring sections. A formidable foe. No, I don't know. A grade 1 teacher. Yeah. I know. I said I'd be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastards' tricky maze. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there are so many Slavian brats here. Right. As for the crimes, they stabbed my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's enough for ya. As for the instructors, well, anyone would agree that they did one sorry job of keeping these pikes under control. And that guy's pursuant to 2, section 32 of the book, execute by beheading. They clearly don't got much use for what sits on the shoulders, eh? Uh, how do you like it, buddy? That was the best, ain't it? How dare he! Such senseless barbaric violence! Uncultured, uncivilized animal! An uncivilized faunist! This Edward might be crazy, but goddamn, he's handling massive overdebt and unsheathing his sword. Don't be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I have eyed yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is as much more significant as a prestigious institution at this time. Are you sure you're even an intemperate berserker like Matthias, who won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy? Don't wanna. Yoshihide, I don't wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me had any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out that the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he did always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble and excited. Because I was worried about, I don't remember what, but I do not know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room, in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. Let me get Arya. The scabbard which had been steering lightly as Ryosha recounted her pet, so began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryosha patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Arya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a creature. Seeing that gesture, she briefly cast a salute faintly expectant gaze between Ryosha's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Captain. About Captain's existence, and Arya's was a race by the golden bow itself. Acting up this device could do anything but give clever at this point. For everyone we know, the Ringnut's father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Yeah, didn't know that Robert Uncle was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted, and even got angry on your behalf. Oh. Hasty memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left the snowman, and by my pillow as a gift. It was made of hats. Hats? Yes, the capitated hats from the incident at the academy. Tried to get it into the sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse of an art. You sort of mistaken if you thought some low effort bullshit I could out. I could make you feel better. Nah. Could have spared us the details, lads. Well, with that covered, let's wanna head back. I still think that would suffice enough for Callisto being the best parental figure. He just made resources not go to waste in his own special way. Covered daggers when I head back. Hang on. What's up? Gonna get the luscious treatment before heading back. Shut it, you. Dead ain't dead. Look here. There's blocks walking out of the salon. Forest on the Phonos. Would not be hard to find a field branch of the Rings art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Forest scale. However, various evidence such as their mask and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention suggests that they are the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Stone. This is to be speaking to Team Leader Adam, requesting immediate commencement to lockdown as sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, let's stop! Bloody hell, what? Did you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle of the projection belt. Cause of Sin and Bros and Sisters of the Riddle might be here any second. Oh yeah. That's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the Rings unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you've got a G on top. If I played Whack-A-Mole, but why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door. She puts forth with sound the strategy. Executive manager. As long as there are no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do a skill set. Huh? That was good. And it great. Shooting as a puzzle to look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emerging complications, faster though we have to conclude that this location is the optimal point to interact and engage with the infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say? Ah, wait. That door leads to the zone under Syndicate or Wings protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here, then. He knows his stuff. He knows his stuff. Well, a quick thinker. Happy to work with someone quick on the up there. It wasn't long before the Vultures began rushing in through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, I can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work.
전투 테스트가 너무 많지 않나요?
전달받은 문서를 통해 분석한 결과
Yeah.
관심사가 거울 던전이라는 결론을 내렸기
When a
때문에
new,
전투를 좋아한다고
when a
판단했지.
new ones.
저희가 야근
Probably have nothing
야근을
new,
좋아하는 건 아니잖아요, 단장님.
but this is an instinctive power student. And then we have here a spontaneous follower student of the ring. But that's actually a finishing touch. We got a shiny, guys! We found a shiny! kind of shiny. It really is just like regular shiny. Yeah, Kelly's just trying to be a good parrot. I need a counter. It's just getting worse. I guess it's just a skill 1 even though it's gluttony. Because Bots has too many. Here comes student through the rings of steel. The counter announcer hyping up himself
나도 그들도
with the Ricardo ID.
지금이 말하니까.
You go with the 50-50 or the 50-50 actually draw it? Never could actually go through it all. That's literally almost the same skill. The difference is that I does not have a modded color rock. Fast power +1, so no. Because it's actually a hidden struggle. Jacket has Clash Power plus. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna just ignore him. But just try it. Depends on how many times.
그간의 전투 경험이
None.
쓸모가 없지만
More early.
정확하고 좋지 않습니다.
이 정도쯤은 바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩! 아이씨, 짜증나게.
Yeah! Ich bin invaded with zero sanity.
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
I think that worked though.
그런 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
Too long. Also, I think I should point it out. Point this out. Since we were in the middle corridor, I put on sunglasses. I think it's generally funny, even though this is a really different one. Cool and luscious. I mean, when I stream, I always have my hair tied together. I play too much with my hair while talking, and I don't really want to lose this hair because of just fiddling with my hair. So I just bind it together, so I just can't.
보니까 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
Oh, but you're ready. Immediately after the interval as
확실히
well.
훌륭하고 오버한 수감자.
What's about the hack? The Hesseron. Yes.
저 교차는 오래 버티지 못하겠군요.
관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으면 당연한 결과일 테지.
꽤 뚫려라.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법
Okay.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Relax. Okay, Nocturne is sweeping. Intervallo. Okay. What kind of a identity could we make?
너희도 세피를 처음부터 거리를
Oh,
하지
you're
말았어.
right! You haven't made a Ricardo ID yet. It's better than vanilla. Oh, nice.
아이씨,
That's one big banner traveling Arcane still. Does he play?
한 번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번
Does
대회도
he play
충분히
and
승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아저씨.
너희에게 꽃을 달아준다면 피아노가 어울리겠어.
Yeah, we have seen Arcane again. What? Still one about Enfield. It's kind of weird that the jump from skill 3 from Abina Faust is a hit. Doesn't really feel like a hit.
그저 하염없이 모든 피를 피어나고 피어나라.
Oh, nice.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
일본어로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째.
Already over.
확실히
But
관리자의
it's
지위가
really fed the
동반된다면
muse.
승률이 상당히 높군.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니
Oh,
가릴
the
것 없이
miseries.
마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수
It really
있는
is little
유일한 꿈이니까.
combat stages, but a lot of story. It really goes on. Okay, it was 1,000 for the IP. I mean, yeah. Okay, and that about wraps up the middle corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door, too. It made my life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the Thumbs Corridor. But we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need to go check the sum of the doors in its basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest in the affirmation intel. That. In the Thumbs Corridor, we came across a bundle of paper detailed the comings and goings of the Thumbs members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs have been diligently keeping them updated. At least the last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in that corridor leads to. Using us shady scrap papers. Should have been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time, huh? Useless shit? Remnants of a desperate search for threads to cling to. We found one of the backup ticket hoards. I've marked any doors that need to work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. But you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here. So I've been noticing this throughout the interaction. But whenever anything irrelevant his work came up, and then seems to have a way to unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. Recording our conversation with Sarah back at Depop, did be uncurious indifferent might just be the one of the essential personality traits to go on as a cooperative employee in the city. Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks, Akon. Right then. With an alarm, with Adam returning to where the other welfare and company employees were herded around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. There's someone in there of the ring, maybe? Going by the silhouettes, they are unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady. Get out of my way so I can see. It's a detective. Some stubbly guy. I don't know. And that annoyingly airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Honglu, respectively. And the curious conversation could be the closer I approached it. You okay, fella? You bumped your head early. Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Homer's set. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Hong. Yes, I'm hungry. Don't worry, Craig. I still can't get over Moses' voice. Of course they do. You made it through the explanation and the footage, both. We're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We are right where it happened. But your arm is stable, see? Ironically, he tends to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see the earliest potential of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you are in here. I don't know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth and it's staring me right in the face. I guess it's nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on and it's all good. Dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. The sharp body is dropping on him like this. It Jesus are always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an answer about himself for once. Why walk away? Don Quixote gives a nonchalant interpretation of Ryosho's acronym as Kira rots her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She's listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Damn it. It was right all along. The wise enough and never was. And it can't ever be over as long as this junk of a gift stays attached to my arm. And barbed words. Now, let's revisit the question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that out the face just fine so far. Out. I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unsolvable. Like some kind of temple counting down to unleash a disease. You never know when its symptoms shut off. When Heathcliff was always the first to step up and someone began to spiral into self-hatred. But in conflicted silence, his lips are drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. Still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to. What? No matter what lurks in the past, so offer sympathy, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people. Would you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Yeah, with Otis's counter. And then maybe even a second smoke war. Who knows? Can it really just break her not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up petting us. Well, but first, I thought I couldn't give her food without not accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is when we're Boston. Didn't exactly get all to a rocking good start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of you all as my comrades. And I was okay with that, because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't Even take out some backstreets fuck with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that. The same arm, my arm. A weapon that stabbed the heart of the countless people during the smoke bomb. I'll be honest. That Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception. I thought the thought alone made me hope. Exception. A potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like Lisa. It made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went through though, that we blew up in the most possible way. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you have carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on and nothing else. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they're all happening yesterday. Basically kick me off the bus before push comes to. It can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of your journey won't leave with you. None than the rest of us who will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed, so should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in this city. You know, that's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we are seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Why, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, so truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, what is an equivalent scene? That piece of work. We can attach a number of our misfortunes as if they are something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avoid my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distanced you from the past, you'd have come to a pause and spare a look toward the path you had walked. All these years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by are dotted with the fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, there's one thing common to everyone. It's a trauma leaves the after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war. Like screaming combats who resented me, even as they lay dying. And the wound they left in my heart bled on me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Esper, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Oh man! I knew would have been dropping eaves with this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come on and say a few words, but I couldn't find the proper moment to. But I would have had to share this with Manager Butter or the rest of the fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but... what's she doing here? T.A. Temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Don't be an ass. I worked my ass off to help you guys. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. I'll wait from someone in the no-name immersive improv my confidence in the theory. Kayla, do you know which door the thumbnail's files was most attached to? No, duh. It's supposed to be obvious. Can you guys all see her? I think I just shut up with a scary lady like that. Yeah, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucia every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, she went down fighting you guys in the end, huh? Yeah, sad stuff about her generosity and all that, and fought till he died. That's unexpected. Being real for a second, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. I have a feeling they extra made the line because of the reaction of a lot of people. Entweder either they made it to call out those people, or that was the plan to the very start. Their plan is that that some would misunderstand it and some would understand it correctly, and then they could call out the ones that it didn't. Really pay attention to Lucid Island. So. For me, it's somewhat felt like I missed a complete line of dialogue or something. Oh dear. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know, the vibes? You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long with the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? Yeah. Like, I think you might be training wrong, cause like, you're not improving as much as you should from all the grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swing from the comic books. That's not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted here to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. You're so obsessed with all that crap anyway. You don't even like that old lady. But you're not different to me. Not different from me in that regard, are you? Bro? What the heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and bomb before Yoshihide even came home. Because textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, Let me redirect this inquisition towards you, Synaviation. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors is the Famna's father showed a particular attachment to? Or the door she used most often? Why it's me? Fine, yes I do remember. Don't even need Croc's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with metal pipes dangling from it. Holy shit! I almost died out there! Son of a bitch, I fucking fly. Why did those G-Cop fucks even drag those gross pests through? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Cup worming ticket. By the way, this is a good time to calling this content 9. What? Oh, I see. I get where that comes from. But Mom, your legs are bleeding a lot. Zzz. Here comes another mission. Bye. They really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. What is this? Bandages for you. Is this kid serious? They've got truckloads of expensive treatment on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back on the feet. Well, okay. Never mind that. And this works. Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you something. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been here years since World War. Yeah, finding the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stop drinking. Stop beating me too. Hey, at least. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck deep in an inescapable pit called the House of Spikes. Well, the ironic piece didn't last. Sometime after the smoke ended, someone she called the consigliere of the farm visited the House of Spiders as future. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupid day after day. Hello, Code! How was your defending of the academy? I guess I can close the lock. This is myself now. Better hang out on this. But yeah, this is a count to 9.5. Technically 1. So we're going to get another 9.5 too. So technically I need to differentiate them. But yeah, funny friends. Basically going back to all that happened last counter. Things very well. I'm now one ending away from reaching the halfway point. Only. Oh no. It's gonna take ages. This is gonna take ages. Anyway, thanks for the hijack. Great message equals no. I mean, yes. Quick one, but for those who don't know me, I'm one of the moderators from Coda who are not in chat when he's streaming Last Defense Academy. Like not even looking at chat. One of them may not be interested, and I have my own stream project in it, so I'm avoiding spoilers. But yeah, as my name entails, I'm a Lunarian. Basically means moon people, so I come from the moon, and out of boredom from the moon, I came to Earth and became an adventurer. It's gonna take ages. You're completing it, not even halfway point. But yeah, I mainly stream. I gotta say, I mainly stream Gacha games, mainly Citizen Zero Limbus Company, which I'm gonna be playing, and Arknight's Enfield soon. I'm going to play Arknight's Enfield tomorrow, playing the story update. Yesterday I also did the latest main story of Citizen Zero. And after that I am working on getting my schedule back on streaming every Friday and Saturday, for one of them being a regular stream of a game that's going to be releasing next month. So yeah, I'm trying to get the schedule back running. But other than gacha games, my biggest talent comes from urban games. If you know code, then you know. For Friday Night Funkin'. And for some of you that may or may not know, I'm the one that made the cover one. But yeah, if you don't want to be spoiled from Limbus Company's newest content, please just look. Lurk or leave, it's your decision to make. Lurking still supports me, but if you don't know anything about Limbus Company, maybe just gamble a little bit, watch how the game is, and give it a try yourself. So yeah, I'm kind of like halfway-ish. It's quite story heavy, so a lot of reading today. So, so this is the final one, and we going back to Limbus Company now. Beatings return. Asserted the edge of her profanities. What are the chances of me remembering everything that went on after if they get to the fucking game, but should probably look anyway. Yeah. Like always supports the streamer in some way. Which I always do with your Last Defense Academy streams. But yeah, I think I should say, like, when I get my schedule back running, it's going to be the Last of Us Academy on Saturday, and yeah, then the new game I'm going to release every Friday. So yeah. Okay, now I actually need to continue. It was pathetic. Hold on. Quite tough. But can I think so? Maybe hold on. Why though? Sure, I was on the losing side. But was Valencia on the winning side? A war hero had that. Have I heard of the regulation that prevents small power participants from moving into I-Cop and K-Cop nests? The common thread between those post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. They must have been thinking on going to that. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes here too. But doesn't it mean that the backdoor drop us into the trench they dug during the war? Yes, Intervallo will be the one opening it. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this? This won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We don't have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around. Isn't that so? If you can come to understand what the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, it's not necessarily aimed at you. Then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestion may seem wrong, it is one of the basic treatment principles of MCOP's psychotherapy sessions. Fine now. Guess I'll open it up. I walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking a slow, deep breath. And with one arm, he gently opened it. That one that caught her. And the previous talking about trauma. No, he gently opened the door. And this is a bad omen. Oh, wow. Hey, you're running. Probably memory. Yeah. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with our G-Corp banner held high. You don't wanna die? It's nice to have a place to go back to. Alright, happy 13th birthday. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Or just confused randomly. What is it? Oh, probably. Alright. Happy 15th birthday. But you can possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You cheek of pests were far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I had woken up from a dream. But it was still. Oh no. Level stage incoming. Memories. Okay, with that enemy info, I have a feeling it's the Bulbous again. And also effective affinities are the same. Fix member!
원하신다면
Fix member breaker! Oh,
원하신다면
he is gonna need the spotlight for this one.
책임은 모두 내가 진다. 책임은
내 작품.
전시
준비는
이 떨림.
You,
파샤.
내가
you too.
소재가
So I got
문을 열 시가
no,
소재가 준비됐어?
It's first, then break.
시 나를 점 찍었다면 격에 맞는
Check
조언도
it.
함께 준비하도록.
I thought this for friends, but it says 40 plus. Oh, yeah, I gotta. They got two with gluttony. But it's
선원 집합. 이번
Quiet
작품에 대해
action.
논의할 시간이다.
what is the number of color? What was it now with now in color? Wasn't it just desaturated? This place. Huh? It's a boring old office. I was kind of ready to be shocked. It could have fit on the image, but yeah. I was kind of surprised it seemed with regular color, sort of as thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Yes, I do. My last job before Limbus company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk. Not facing the wall, if you can help it. Let's you hide from the bossman. Out of sight, out of mind, you know. You can do whatever you want that way. Work, shoot, or even freak out in terror. It's like the sun of magic blinking. Nobody would catch you. Nobody would think you are a bother to other people. It's just a classic. Gregor grins, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. I also so want to follow hey that higher and I just gotta ride out to them. But others can't do that. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I get afraid that I might cause an accident. That must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right. But I could possibly complain. I wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know. And everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than us. Hector. I managed to tell it. Like a wrap around his head, instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a green suit standing behind us. Sneaking behind us. It really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you. Oh wait, you folks must be the accountant that the guys from the top team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right here. Well, so what have you been doing? Me? Same old, same old. Well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found a new work so soon. You're always a dependable guy. It's very good. How's life, man? Oh yeah. Are you gonna sell that commemorative coin? All of my expression were completely gone when I read commemorative coin. So I'm kind of mad, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me, dancing on lives. Our house life. But to a fellow citizen, can imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Maybe I never use my coin or sports when it doesn't care. When you try to go for the heart, but you missed. Do it again. So, moving on. Hope no one's holding you with white fire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. That you don't have to deal with the damn jackass of an ex-VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. I don't know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up with his own bootstraps. But how in every peril there's an opportunity waiting to be found. Blah blah blah. I'm creating to the line. That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks, doing workouts? No, what do you mean wait? Because it's yes. But also commemorative coin goes also well with a sudden day. And now with the connection. Take the sun between workouts. What do you all think? You sit Mrs. ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment fellas Nepo boss? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? That's what he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when he was choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy of an office real soon. Vacancy in the office. Yes, this they can reuse through extended move. Chief can just move twice. Yes. It's gonna be so much fun. Really? Isn't he? You know, an actual Nepo? What is the president's family? Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's what it's what everyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's the people obsessed with back in my days, all kinds of like them. Actually, but you have the facade on. Quick jumps. Oh no. Oh no. The kind of facade, the most terrifying thing in the world. I hate how the glory days are behind them. Kinda like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a backstreet kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom, you know? If you've ever hit rock bottom, you also know the way, or the only way left to go is up. You've said something like that before, yeah? Yeah? Because it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me, running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, Fox. Don't worry about it. That's a pretty unique prosthesis. Prosthetic. You've got that. No worries, but it seems that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Gee, Gordy, I'm late. Thank you for stepping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scoring. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, man. Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, don't. I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quite observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chatted and cleared out. Light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from certain misconceptions. When we are told to remember, it doesn't mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relieve the pain of suffering. Both Esther and I, we're both still trying to be free of the misconception inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember, because I want to. But if you can't bring yourself to forget them, I might as well include your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Manageable. Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but I'm just gonna do my best. Just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that. I manage, but it's you who's gonna have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same of those suffering from the cruelty inherited in them. They live on, just live on. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would make a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath the sky. Today, today was a glowy gray, and the gloomy gray seemed to give way to the hint of New York. This may be no more than a single ray of sun peering through the dark clouds and have long suffocated the sky. It will probably take much more than this for the shadow to be fully lifted, but don't worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. Oh. Shivers down my spine. Yeah, Ted is cool. Oh, what about Ted announcer? He is so announcer material. Good way to show that there are actually normal people leading normal. Yeah, that is true. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she has even followed us through the door. Were you here the entire time? Yes. I was told by that Allen figure that someone has to stay behind to watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... Oh man! It's those assets again. Weird, the car does not oppress for those mules to be roaming around. No. As you can see, a few other guests have decided to visit us through a different door. Because all this doesn't have to see more fathers praying into the corridor of a different backdoor. They must have been trying to find a way to get to the ring now as far as possible. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all!
사실 이런 보모부실은 제가 세피러들의 역할이긴 하죠. 관리자님도 알다시피 저는 언제나 수십 명의 몫을 해내고 있으니까요.
Skill instant skill spread. Jesus Christ. the fan in the past as well.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
사실 이런 보모 교실은 제가 아니라 스킬러들의 역할이긴 하죠. 관리자님도 알다시피 저는 언제나 수십 명의 몫을 해내고 있으니까요.
네. Yeah, sure. And then
아이씨, 짜증나게.
대만천에 집중.
방금의 움직임 두말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
이런 것쯤이야. 눈 감고도. 아이씨, 짜증나게. 이 정도쯤은.
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나. 일처리를 빠르게 하는 비널 답답한 거지.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설픈 거라고 생각했다. 왜냐면 예술을.
테크가 카데오
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
This is, I just noticed the middle start crossed out augmented tattoos. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, you said Aurorion. Look at Dawn. Dawn is doing worse. But this round made different now. Who actually has it worse. This is both one.
이미 우리는 손에 많은 피를 묻혔지만 영영 물어낸다고 달라지는 건 없어.
Both got destroyed.
감상은 어떤가요?
여기 피었잖아. 한 번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번 대회도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
このままいけば敵を食い止められます
훌륭한 단말이네요. 예술적인
강호 유랑기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데
강호 유람기라면 이스마엘 그자가 진행해주는 탁자 위에서 하는 놀이 말이십니까?
놀이가 아니야 모험이지.
So much green! What is this? Effortless greenery or what? Yeah, for the rest.
죄인인가?
그저 하염없이 모든 피를 내고 그래 그렇게 황홀히 피어나고 피어나고
Yeah, helping the enemy colonizers. There's so much to that.
너희에게 꽃을 달아준다면 피아노가 오르겠어.
엄마는
이번에도
무기라면
잘해줬어.
뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
Both of them
유익한 책이
only
또
were
하나는
beaten up for
뛰어난
multiple
게
rounds,
광활하고.
then to
도시에는
just
내가
lock
모르는
in
것들이 많아.
finally.
이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도
Jesus, oh my
피를
god.
마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게
My dude.
우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
If we're not pursued, this is the Jason. Yeah. That's the idea. Will I use it? Probably not. And it's an idea, so it's the first one. I think I just go from top to bottom. To the usual. Basement, 2 enemies. Effective affinities, question mark. Okay, this would actually be troublesome. It's only those
내
two.
작품
책임은 모두
전시 준비는 완.
이 떨림 다시
아시아도
드디어 내 차례냐? 문을 열시.
네.
드디어 내 차례.
소재가 H사와 8구의 안내는 제게
원하신다면
H사와
나를 점 찍었다면 격에
Finally,
맞는
the
조언도
correct
함께
loadout.
준비한다.
저 살점을 찢으면 더 붉게
Awesome.
칠해지겠지?
Dodie. Going off, didn't it? Guess we ended up there. Good. No, we were just there. So we this. Started with ring, went to middle, then thumb, now we index, and then after the pink. Then we need a pinky foul. That's the idea, like body and identities based out of or some shit. You know? Once we did with the Hobbits who invaded the farm, Nurse Father's destroyed corridor, we left for the index. And ran into a few familiar faces who were waiting for us at our destination. Don't you guys the day off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we are in the middle of something, so I decided it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. This summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Ha ha. Now I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but there are 3 times, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaving over some eggs toppled with a bunch of whipped cream. Yeah, man, the blacking out and waking up, you know, shaped me in a cake I was about to chow down. Does make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I should have checked with you guys for summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, but now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know? I'm taking you along because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor. I'm not here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was a super clingy, annoying little... Oh no, that was the mess, dude. That was the other, Just something you don't remember? Oh right, Hero probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't know that name rings any bells for us either. So that's someone who used to live here. Yeah, well, Sora was the Index apprentice who was so she probably lived here. Oh, so the Index apprentice, who pray tell? Wherefore was it at the middle of the thumb and the ring have each apprentice in the Index of Pinky lacked them? Would indeed be quite odd if a map 3 of the 5 kept an apprentice for each. The retracer might my recollections, yet I find it like following a trail of borderless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. The representations of the Pinky and Index apprentice are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them into intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression of someone else rather than myself for once. as it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the two apprentices. I would trace back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew of her soul. So she doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. She cut her into ribbons. That should explain why it feels though I'm recording a sequence of events with a critical part missing in between. You know, I almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner. And she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime. I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Yeah, sure. Let's say the world is made of strings of threads. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of threads, wine and composed for one's existence. When an object is served by forever beyond air, beyond repair, you'd think you needed a trace, no shape would be left of. But now that you've pieced the sound together, it's almost instead of a lovely further here, should best selling again. As if the sound of the cigarette turning to ash. Like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she was trying to avoid over speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. And that totally breaks the matter. I had vaguely an idea of how it works. But this is the first time I'm hearing the deeds. I had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove the seeds like that. Even make full use of a sword, honestly. Yours needs a trade-off. This is a totally power creep's purpose. There's plenty already. Oh, such a lighting memories away is a trade-off. So, okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute to the story. I've got one. I don't know what it needs, but the index use it all the time. Hopefully, it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. TP, yeah. They rarely get in big groups. She said, that's pretty unlikely. What was that reaction? Wait. Did you just hit me with the sword hammer? It didn't do anything. But I saw it. Suddenly, I was scared. Okay, suddenly, jerking to the side, prodding things there like it was annoyed but of the. I want STSILSYLC until you can barely walk. I swear, this is no slang or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard that it left a mark on my arm here. Well, I don't want to rage too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Well, I don't. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up those nonsense acronyms. It's making it worse. I just stop it from translating for her. So, are you? Wait, that voice just now. It sounded a lot like Arias. And you said it too, right? The ocean didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. And it's decided. To be fair, distinction. No one asked, but I saw the full detail on how the script came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the skull would poke him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners had that voice either. And you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, the lad's been long overdue to fall a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Here directed us towards the almost disturbingly normal wooden door. So featureless that could have mistaken it for any of the dozens of doors we would walk past in other nests. We were greeted with a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. It just leads to a basement and emerged to what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Whenever the master Ang's beeper rang, he would walk through this door. So, who are they? The Index. Oh. Okay, since it's wrapping up, I need BRB for that. Really sorry about that. Okay. I'm back. We can now continue. The index. Science of life. There were people living down here. Up until just a few hours ago. Why did you hear paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts. You know, this ears don't make a annoying beat. This one was stocked with self-stable and non-perishable food. And the sets were all completely empty save, and for what looked like a makeshift bathroom for each of them. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used in something worse than simple incarceration among false conjectures. This is that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait, the staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Bringing a knife, man. The heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another creeper body blocking in the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the priesthood forbids. You cannot enter through this door. What can we do? Is it worth fussing on our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean prescripts, but nothing in this basement gives any indication as to where the door connects to. Burgess is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we wanna get an idea where this door leads. Difference been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with the Yoshi memories, alright, then let's push for executive manager. Executing your command, executive manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? Thunder with spitting bars. Go.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Prescript chasing. Just with conforming. Oh, this big fire. Man. It's just insane how much text it just generally Index has. Yeah, let's focus better. Cam's lost reading. Apparently, yeah. I mean, Yeah, you need to read the prescripts. Well then, it's a good target, that means a lot can go under close. I don't know. So I'm struggling. The neutral skill free. Favored. Favored. Yes.
뭐 처지야!
먹지.
Apply speed. Instantly uses it. Damn it. Ooh, that was close.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
꿀을 건드렸겠다.
You know, I was wondering when and if the focus encounter.
전투 테스트가 너무 많지 않냐고요? 그건
전달받은 문서를 통해 분석한 결과 자녀들의 관심사가 거울 던전이라는 결론을 내렸기 때문이네. 전투를 좋아한다고 판단했지.
저희가 야근이라는 말을 달고 산다고 야근을 좋아하는 건 아니잖아요, 팀장님.
Thanks for the hydrate. I guess I can't do anything else.
피었잖아.
엎드리도
아이씨, 짜증나게.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
남았어도 이 정도쯤은 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
쭉 소리가 들리는 것 같고
보기 좋게 거미줄에 걸렸고
내가 왔나. 식사는 즐기고 있나.
양반이 떠올랐어.
Oh no.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
This is the one with the least SP one. And it lost. And hit every. What the?
확실히 훌륭한 5번
This was your. This was your first clash, bro. It was his first clash, and he just destroyed everything. What the? Not really any choices. Awesome.
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여 있게 돼 있어. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 기다리는 운명이니까요.
So who is gonna get destroyed? You.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로 산초류 경혈고
Those unfortunate.
라샹 끝을 낼 시간이
한 번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번 대련도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
따스한 피. 왕의 피오를 하사한다.
개인적
전부 녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지?
So far, we technically should give up.
나는
적에게 치명성을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있어.
지금처럼
제가 늘
저희
말씀드린
엄마와
점,
함께
일깨워
이곳저곳을
주시는
저는
다니며
언제나 옳은
많은
말만
기억을
한답니다.
쌓아줘. 언젠가
What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Arya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferably to mimic the tone of the who is the. Come on, it's not that I wanted to be the star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's there up the stairs? I'm not sure. I've never been upstairs. And even a little curious. Why bother feeling back the heavens to see what there is beyond? Those wanting of yearning need raise their heads skyward. Must sing various memories. So, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now that we've got another reason to shape what's upstairs.
행진을 멈추지 마라. 이 좁디 좁은 왕국을 넘어 멸망한 그 땅으로 돌아갈 때까지 보아라. 저들이 우리의 모습을 우러러 보는 것을.
Into oblivion inside.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서 되갚아 보죠.
예.
대부분 분야에서 저는 최고의 성능을 내는 AI지만 응원은 조금 더 준비 시간이 필요합니다. 공감의 영역은 잘 쓰지 않았던 기능이라 일단 먼지를 털어내야 하거든요.
Maybe.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
엎드리도
따스한 피.
이제 한석의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티리아의 멜로디가
아이씨, 짜증나게.
대부분 분야에서 저는 최고의 성능을 내는 AI지만 응원은 조금 더 준비 시간이 필요합니다. 공감의 영역은 잘 쓰지 않았던 기능이라 일단 먼지를 털어내야 하거든요.
퍼레이드와 피날레.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
마지막으로 남길 말
이 정도쯤은. 敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
그
this was first. This is.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
먹지.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 임파스터.
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
발만이 나오네요. 나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
꿰뚫려라.
効果的な攻撃でした。
눈높이를 낮춰라.
어중간한 예술.
이 피었잖아.
한 번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번 드론도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든. 왜냐면 예술이.
알리사가 가능도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었고.
필소지 가져갈래요.
흙을 마실걸?
훌륭한 단말.
Nice.
밀도가 아쉬운데.
따스한 피.
Good day, it was cool.
너는 가족이 되기 약하고 단순해서도 무거울 수가 있지.
썰어버려도
물론
상관없지.
좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비했지.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
산소를 겨누고 라샹 끝을 낼 시간.
Yeah.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
필소지 가져갈래요.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다. 그럼 안녕.
That's making up then.
관리자님은 이번에도 잘해줬습니다. 대단한 능력을 가지고 있고 또 하나는 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
넘어간 적이 많다.
도시는 언제나 내가 모르는 것들이 많.
Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door, like there was some big secret behind it. Right? Looks like any other average family home. Oh man. I get cleaning up a job. I get cleaning up as a job, but peeps should at least dust their home once in a while. This will taste nothing, however what. For the top left should tell you mushroom. Yeah. But that's not however. But that's not an however, that's quite obvious. My question is just, if he never was up the stairs, how is it his house? His home. How is it possible? The thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, look, there are drawings and dolls too. It seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could something bad have happened in here? Yes, something must have happened in here. It caused the family to flee. And they never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The open door, it's seeing a shoe just lying around. So someone fled from home for some reason, never returned. I don't know, it's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryasha? Yes. It doesn't seem to be here. Every frame photo is singed beyond recognition. And whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kinda like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index looks sort of real. No, that's no, that's not where he escaped to. There is something else happened. Let's just say that something else happened. The index was sort of real, and the last time we saw him, he fled the house was sort of weird, the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryosha's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'll come after Ryosha again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last Ryosha would ever see him. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryosha piece the get out on a memory. Should be recalling new details all day whether something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by a soft shaking her hand. No, I don't.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도
This layout.
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
No way, there's something. That symbol. What's that? What a question mark? In the loop symbol. What could that mean? Well, first, I need to check something real quick. So I don't want to be bothered when continuing, so just to be sure. Okay. We should be good. I guess it's time for Sangria. Sangria.
전원
Let's
집합.
go.
이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
After leaving Brian's quarters, we explored the Index Corridor for a while. But didn't find anything that could help piece Ryota's memories back together. Great work. Not at least just the Pinky Nose Father's corridor. But the room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Ah, okay. Glad we could help. Dante replies that they are happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Ellen returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but wanna take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nasfather's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. And even going through, I was certain we had traversed through quite a few rooms. And we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There's some small design differences between each room that help to tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Yeah, just use like any kind of weapon and then mark the ground with a symbol. Just need to come up with an unlimited amount of symbols. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Pixar clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. If someone I have met too, I think it was must be another one of those who was severed by the Arayashiki. And you might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. A TikTok, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense after all. His existence registered to no one here but me. I mean, was he memorable? Not really. He only has one. He only has a meme. That's all he has going for him. So when you said back at K-pop that you did cook before, you were talking about this, huh? Yeah. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Oh no, artistry. Your scabbard's shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was, while you am, meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. Scabbard Araya was definitely shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Yoshi's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? We saw her skills in Hell's Kitchen already. So, I'm having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. It's you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring into grade school with sausage cut like octopuses and tamogoyaki. Tamogoyaki. Okay. It's simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? I am. Didn't you know? There's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. So one octopus sausages, takoyaki, and why are you making why are we making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopus. But why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? Because it's adobes. That's why. Something like this. What's that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. I didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like a real life octopus. It's gotta be adobes, okay? Isn't it already SD? Well, once it goes down, got it? Why is this so important? Mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. I do you. You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. Nah. That's when you say IDK, Ma, Mr. Mage. These must be some of the happiest memories Ryoshinari has shared. That as soon as me and I, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them themselves. But for Ryosha, the most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of our memories together by going over these places. Do you want to check out what's upstairs too? Oh, not again upstairs! As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Anyone pocket. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on the weapons. This way, manager. And Mercer, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments, so there was someone gunning those webs. Because that it's more than fodder to the House of Spiders. Things of wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Wow, this music goes intense. Wolf mask? The dog mask? Really is a maestro. Emil Boynway said, this place is already occupied. If you would be so kind as to help me with a direction. This is where Master Callisto's arch is located. The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the foulest we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. But a subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of forked civility. Sure, you're at the right address, my lady. Robong's stuff ain't in this part of the house, but in a different corridor. Yes, I'm aware. But I'm not here looking for his creation, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel their intense gaze, even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshi. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Rian said moments before he fell through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What? What does that? The Faust got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and that Ryoshi currently has possession of the Arayashiki. They want Ryoshi for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshi has as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo. Oh. I like that outfit. I like the feathers. Basically, awesome. She may be one and out boss. She was really cool. I like the feathers, the contrast with the the face paint, and then the like dark blue hair, also kind of fitting with the arm. There's a good contrast with the skin tone as well. Toshihide, the blade covered by the 5 fingers. Massacre is his final and post-humorous masterpiece. It's a docent of Fauvism. Please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gathering. What is king? What well? Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people of those aesthetic AM. As expected, Ryoshi declined Rufo's request with a curt reply. And Arya too read it angrily in the docent general direction. Well, I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of usury. How are our odds? I don't know. It's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stat. That it didn't translate. I was kinda expecting Mercer to respond, but I guess she failed what the doctor was asking. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she's a daughter of Fauvism. Her position is comparable to that of a calf of the farm, or a big sibling of the middle. But the question is about the power. Is the power the same as the position? But great. They probably translated, but didn't bother to make extra voices for it. I just make it a bit interesting. The shape of the ring suggested she's a docent with the School of Forest. We ignore the fact that she literally announced herself as the docent of Fauvism. We'll just ignore that fact. Also, I just want to point out, since Fauvism and Faust are both are written on the screen, missed potential, Fauvism Faust, the Fau ID. Fau. Been an awesome nickname, Fau. Maybe that's bad art. But there's potential. Maybe Booker. Oh, it's very far. Verily, that maketh of both who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or with a stroke of ill fortune even lay hang. Though she's anywhere near as strong as lay hang. Our chances are H-O-H-O-F. Half or more? I like those odds. Half or more. Dude, really? Outmoded has been. I seek out the ardor of a has-been after all this time. It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto. Why everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. Is it what I think it is? No. Okay. They were quite on point with that assessment. His offerer recovered from the house were more tools than art. The thought that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The Scotch corridor, the fairy tea with which you've scoured the walls and the floor, as though as a frenzied beast had torn through them. There's but one tool that could possibly have left such a marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshihira, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It would be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant of that dubs itself. Corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over human corpus that once it had defeated all meaning it had to offer, it began pinning an empty definition into itself. Fauvism is a movement that has just broken from the traditional model, and fed up like a beast that roams free. We ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is a man, or what are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define which we call le pauvre? What is? These are the subject matters that have led us always into the field of vital creativity. Should you, a widow of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, will lay out your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be much greater work than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callista. Never considered him a teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I consider some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the rings or not. I can remember. Then were you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue. Didn't the side you claim to have seen you in? It did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon close observation reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads an entire scene together with its keenness as the connected suture. Your artwork too shows much multi-layeredness. Mechanism often entails a new identity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I have sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imputed in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call their shallowedness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath abound from the yoke of reason. The fading gleam of despair in the wham. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies. Instead of obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld, let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. You're ready to scatter. Point to this forest supermentalist and blur-rated cubists. I visited my share of ring galleries. I've heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions, buried under symbols, baked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's, kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy, anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making succinct the art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this? A minimalist manifesto? No. Aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immacularacy, a state of perfection wherein a further abbreviation is an impossibility. SARNGRAR. Thank you. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distract lack of any meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters. Where the stars thought that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there's no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will change the fact that unseen art are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. And I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. please do. Though I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docent of lymphowism, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Octopus. Yeah, the face.
대체가 유리한 조건을 이용하고자 하는
Yeah,
징조가 보입니다만 관리자님의 전술력과 제 지시만
I think I
있다면
see double.
그다지 위협적이진 않을 것 같군요.
So I guess there's actually time to breed some resistance cut up box. Special of Prime. Special Prime, maybe colors. I feel like I've had this before. Mana Blue. Win ending and sink it. Meta Color Blue, it's just the sinking version of the red one. So two skill 1s, then skill 2, and then a skill 3 power up. Final power up this. What is this? That's not into protection for every allied forest student of the ring. On the ring, on the battle, on the ring. If this unit gives critique in this encounter, gain 2 protection and you 5 speed instead starting from the next turn. At lowered in minus 15 SP, double the SP healing effect. If no allied forest students of the ring, then no allied, gain 2 fragile and reduce this unit speed down to 0 instead. Immediately before getting hit by a skill that has a disadvantage attack rate, if there is an allied student of the ring, have the set unit take the attack instead 2 times per turn, excluding assist units. Immediately before getting hit by a skill that has 1 attack rate, if there is an allied so basically assist defense but differently. So you're gonna take the attack instead. Or is it like after clash? Turn and yes, sir. Turn end of the turn, this unit uses critique. If an allied forest student of the ring was defeated in this encounter, refill its vacancies with the same student unit. So... what? With a vacancy? Every turn start, the student that refilled the vacancy due to this effect gets fragile opens level down next hand. Allies defeated this encounter, so more focus on taking students, as it seems. Combat and inflict pallet vibrant next turn. And take more damage. Ring faction. Ring school power is a faction. And take. Combat start gain heat sinking and this effect expires. How modded color stacks on this unit. Round it down. Next one. Students that have knowledge power and a 2 Chari. When this unit has this effect, double the amount of HP and SP damage this unit takes from leaders. Oh my god. That's a 10 zoom multiplier. If if the attack is take the pedal driver instead. So basically, that would be to have less than 3. Visible. Anyway, that's anyways. That's a randomly played offensive level up and defensive level down to allied power students. Equal to the number of turns, including the current turn, where each unit has survived. Max 5. Turn it if an allied student is staggered, recover from stagger. All attack type and affinity resistance of the student who recover from stagger due to this attack becomes fatal for the next turn. If a student is panic, heal his speed up to gain the effect of fixed panic. This that does not change when inflicted. If students panic, reset SP to 20. At 70% HP, gain a new pattern. Remove all effects other than those exclusive to this unit. First turn, new pattern gain low pulse and STD loot and heal up to maxes. Min-max speed, inflict more bleed sinking before hitting this type has not. Inflict before target has. Okay. Sure. All right, cool. This is a really good option. Not good. Yeah. And does it? Oh yeah, it does. Oh no! That oh no!
짜증나게.
꿀을 건드렸겠다. 이 피었잖아.
タンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした
어중간한 예술. 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요?
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠다.
Nice.
의사 실험 기록이 있다면 바로 전송해주게.
Great job, boss. Draw, win, nice. Everyone did their job, even Falls who had the worst chances. Except Dawn.
임파스터. 갑자기 나를 도와준다면 이건 무슨 수작질이지?
수상쩍은 데가 없진 않으나
Okay.
특별히 이상한 점은 없군.
The tough one. No one doesn't get saved, so I should pick this. And save speed. The weapon one. Now the rest doesn't matter because everyone has a slow. The slow one. Yes.
묻혀주기야!
마지막으로 남길 말.
This one also gets staggered.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Okay, yeah. That was one of the most difficult ones. Oh, that was unlucky.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
남았어도 이 정도쯤은 임파스터.
관리자의 지휘 성향을 고려하면 이제 행동 도용에 빠진 개체를 적극적으로 노리겠네요.
아니, 여기에 보면 여유가 생겼을 때 다른 상대에 더 집중한다는 직구가.
저희는 신경 쓰지 마시고 퀘스트에 집중해 주세요.
If the package is equipped with defense skill while having dash power blood, so the dash skills damage of the skill is reuse the supply next 2 times. Find a kid first. Yeah, sorry, man, you're done for. Well, technically speaking, this would make him more useful. Yeah. Does he have the effect? Okay, yeah, he has. Okay, he has the effect. Then no wonder.
어떤 말도 할 수 없어.
Does anyone else have the effect? I mean, I received that thought. Yes, okay. Oh, barely. It's a brawl.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
왕의 비율을 하사한다.
아이, 짜증나게.
이 식구를 건드렸겠다.
What do you mean, pro serious? It wasn't unbreakable before.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
꿰뚫려라.
약점을 찔렀어.
I'm getting a feeling that it would be better to defend. Seems like it does less damage.
생체 반응이 끊어진 객체의 기록이 감지됩니다. 만약 제가 인간이었고 조금 더 쾌활한 성격이었다면 당신과 하이파이브 같은 걸 시도해보았을지도 모르겠네요.
I'm not fast enough.
못 찾게.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
이 식구를 건드렸겠다. 베르튜레.
Yes, thank you.
왕의 비스트 그렇게
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
이만하면 단번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번 부령도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을.
개체 제압 완료. 기존 매뉴얼과는 조금 다른 방식이지만 나쁘지 않은데요?
기록해뒀다가 저희도 해보죠.
Oh, nice.
보상은
나가서
어떤가요?
싸워. 뒤나가.
따뜻한 피.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I know, but
덕구를 건드렸겠다.
it's P. It's like my first concern. Again, having everyone flash for the SP.
바이올렛, 브레이크 슬랩.
골치 아픈 것들이 고깃 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
The target is fixed, it doesn't work. Grabbing and dashing, I feel like it would be a lot of JP. Fine. I'm getting the second on how shiny it is.
어디에서도 볼 수
나가서
없을
싸워.
색채로.
뒤는 내가 봐주지.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Yeah, it's just
덕구를
like
건드렸겠다.
not attack. Does less, you get less damage. Yes.
항상
저 개천
저희 영감을
오래 버티지
일깨워 주시는군요.
I have the privilege to behold my prize needlework.
당연한 결과일 테지.
Speed up
관리자의
music.
지휘 성향을 고려하면 이제
Everything
행동에
the
빠진
co-op
개체를 적극적으로 노리겠네요.
아니, 여길 보면 여유가 생겼을 때 다른 상대의 더
Live with mask. They loop. Or something, I don't know.
저희는 신경 쓰지 마시고 테스트에 집중해 주세요.
Look at the circumfer. Oh, okay. We fixed. Who's Hardy with me? These are pretty much the same. Yeah. It's not targeted, but this unit's unopposed attack has plus reducing increased damage upon this attack per act. In the turn this unit uses a powerful attack plus 50. That's in phase 2. Take minus 70 damage with unopposed, deal damage with unopposed. If the slot targeted by this unit's unopposed attack has plus to aggro, reduce the increased damage from this effect by 5% per aggro stack. So when targets someone with aggro, does less extra bonus damage per aggro stack? Did I get the guy? On clash, lose gain 1 damage. Flash Loose gain 1 damage up, 5 at turn end, on attack end, okay. The hit at center, the damage out of the get this damage spell. Turn end. Combat and inflict next one to Sinner the path. And simultaneously. Okay, this is just the same. Turn slot gain 8 protection. In 2 fear turn slot, every type of negative effects on this unit. Unclash using burst for pushing crimson under your skin skill. Okay, well. Spell, I guess. What's that next one? Gain 1 defense level each time this unit is hit by a skill coin. Then end defense level gain unit this effect with twice on crash boost using another skill. Lose 1 defense each time this unit is hit by a skill coin instead. And convert into lethal with blue and strangled. And shield up to max is cool. Oh boy. Yeah, the rest is too slow. Two.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
Yeah. Scared for a second. Oh no. Everyone's faster. Upcoming skills. These two. This 3. This 2. This is here. Okay. Gonna keep these. Gonna do this. Then I only have more. The next round I only have skill once available. And the same goes to E from my air. I'm not looking at who actually goes on the weaker skill and who goes for the strong one. Maybe? Yeah. This is unfavorable. That's a diff.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채.
엎드리도록.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
거기서 지켜보시죠.
Eh.
다사피.
I love this skill so much. No. Yes.
어쩌면 나 제법 참신했던 게 아니야.
Her favorite even.
당연한 말씀을. 아가씨의 영특함은 파우스트와 이상 그 두 자와 비슷한 수준이라서
So,
그건 좀 아닌 것 같아.
sure. Creators target that have palette vibrant, so does not trigger defense skills. It's very flashable. What do you have against? What do you have against clashable counter? What? I think Clash makes the skill regardless of speed. I don't know if this one every time they attack the main target. When target has attack focus skills. The target has a plus 100% against each target separate. The target is equipped in defense skill while having palette deal minus. Slash win deal every negative. Slash goes typical. This coin hits all targets. Okay, so basically everyone that has the palette vibrance effect needs a defensive skill and not flash. Okay. You have it.
발말이
You do not.
자꾸 보면 다른다.
You don't have it. You have it. When will you also get get your skill free? Just curious question.
쉿, 관람 중인
You have it. No. done is it?
조금 멀리서 눈으로만 감상하시길.
No. Okay. But this one we need. I mean, Kyo could almost solo this fight. How would this be the first time? Cool. Bad for you. I mean, a lot of skits are missing. Regardless of speed, it's probably going to be the an instant. Anyways, as first and foremost, who can even do something? Yeah, kind of expected that. Wait a bit. I did too much damage. I mean, if I don't get skill 3, what am I supposed to do? Anyway. Yes, this yes. Yeah. To be honest. The ones that don't have the effect actually have an evade, so.
아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그러니 네 발목 잘라버리면 자세에 틀림은 없고. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
What is this, Furiosa? Wild Hunt? Or something?
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
That sounds offensive. With someone. Everyone is fast. No, so how long will you not have to free? Guess I'm waiting for New Year, but you finally gets to skill 3.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
산초를 경멸온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네.
아이씨,
제법
짜증나게.
이 숙고를 건드렸겠다.
Yeah, it's no overkill. Took 10 ages to get the skill 3s.
파우스트, 신체
But
파의
it's
예술을
overkill
보여줄
for one.
시간입니다.
저의 뼈를 틈을 잡고 저의 살로 채워놔. 외면의 예술 발관의 덕에.
신임 연구원들도 저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
완벽한 승리 축하드립니다, 아가씨.
불가능한 꿈이죠.
이 정도의 성과라면
환상체와
4대 가문의
디테일로도
자제들도 인정할 수밖에 없을
외워야 할
겁니다.
관리법과
좋은
내성이
수업
워낙
덕분이지.
많잖아요.
배운 게 많았어.
약지에
I'll be
감긴
honest, would have been
세바퀴의
way
반지는
faster if there
마에스트로가
were
되기 위해
more
인정받은 세
skill
가지
skill
작품을
3s there.
뜻하죠. 비록 지금
Look at that.
작품이
Well,
많이
someone's
심도를
clearly the best of the lead, I did.
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을
That sound effect was just
그렇네요.
good memories. See, you're already looking much better in those superfluous animal parts removed. Are you blind? Yeah. Serious about are you serious about founding your own movement? I already answered that. But you need time under the forest's wing. At least until you can fully cultivate your movement. Perhaps. I suppose words have any meaning now. Someone raised a giant arm as if to strike us in her final act of deviance. Then the down upon the door we entered through instead. I can do is by time 4. Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp, like a marionette whose string were cut. Dead. And here I thought that these last words were going to be sentient. Next one. You would probably go crazy over if she had white hair instead of darker hair. With the whole dark elf vibe. Thus we are made foes with yet another finger in the ring. That's that doom and gloom already. Fellas, we beat an office of fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this is a pretty definite win. Just a reminder that she's around the Ricardo level, so we could do this with Ricardo now too. I mean, yeah. We got our estimated power level from being a minimum Ricardo and maximum Leihang, but probably not Leihang. all on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass off out here. Okay, Gregor, that's the point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin, even if you had not been here, Kira. That means Kira is on the same level as our sinners. So, welcome 14th sinner. This is more like it. Wouldn't have to freak out over a mere baby anymore. Long as we are with Claw. I'm still congratulating ourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Just to celebrate over a so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive manager. But I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger, like Otis or Don Quixote. Please speak not such folly. For the joy of my compatriots is mine own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right. It's not like we have a shortage of doors in here. I'm really debating the logical thought of the process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping that. Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked out through the door we entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh shit. Where did the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No. Can't be that easy. I am heard from enjoying the fresh air, now of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains as my feet would carry me. As other members of the Pinky are, I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and backstones. So this is what she meant. The backdoor through which reveals is a passage of the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Across the broken door, we might, however, it awaits us but a brief journey into the Pink Nurse Father's corridor before it returns us to this room. Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we open. Anything we can do? Rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains. It will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we are going to have is to deal with his food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for these 3 days, thanks Rodia. So let's... I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were about to walk into one of the hilltop branches or dungeons, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we can cut on. What about the part where it cuts into your memory as to? Deal with that yet? No. The sword. Wait. Still clears my memories with every stash. Don't think that what memory it lies away this time, but it was something recent. Oh, one I hold dear. Oh, wait. Don't be so bloody rash about it. Other than me, no one but he still remembers The person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed over Ryosha's arm. Though Ryosha and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryosha's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories would trigger a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? The Nords will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of those doors up there? There are thousands of them. All questions, by doing so, we'll be putting ourselves in a greater risk. It is casting ourselves into an endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we are dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders right into this room. The wolf lady's last words, man. I'm seeing the flags. It's a hell of a risky move, yeah, but I think Yashihida and her OP sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? It's freaking out at HC. It would only be forgotten, not lost. Well, memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clark. I look forward to Scabbard. Expecting to rattle violently as they did earlier, but it remains still. The white plane soon reveals itself and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Arayashiki's blade leads through the wall, so does Ryosha's memories. We were really getting somewhere. The thin strands of Araya's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Araya released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay, we'll try again. So, weighing no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark of Ryosha's memories. The next destination. Welcome back. Gotcha. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, Honam didn't fill you in. Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us. Not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operation as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. I mean, okay. Sure. Good luck with that. Only speculating here, but I am quite convinced that they are preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for something? I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice, considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Monsieur asked to know? Says Bruno. But everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is deterring into a brink of collapse. You can call us the aspirant W Corp. The Limbus company, the aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking, despite this rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've gotten the military force to back them, right? It's only natural for the business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking now. Who knows what the high-ups in our company are thinking. Either way, much proper collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well on our performance metrics. And we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Anand, we'll return to our to the forward base. I have to say, from the corporation review, Limbus company should also give a good review for the aspiring W Corp, the Wildfire Corporation. Ancient and Fornheim, everything that's happened so far. Fornheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict. So we instead decided to have the usual memory and sword re-examined. Oi, hold on. Results out yet? Not yet, assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. He also sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff. But you could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes. Those stopped at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smart and awkward at this point. Mind slowing down, Nuthead? You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Then speed up, glasses. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that thing and that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative. But the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredible fast turnaround. Therefore deserves your appreciation. I've been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident proof that such a result could not have been replicated had it not been for my genius brain. Go out of the hallways and grab any passing researchers and tell them about my incredible turnaround time. And you will hear them say, "What, done already?" And to that, I will answer, STFU. Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns, pounding him for the source. Fornheim seemed to speed up the analysis and managed to hit finish time much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa! Whoa, done already? Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time. Many of those instances are easily attributed to my genius at work. Whoa, done already? And to that I would answer Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I'm attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. You think the Shihiro would ever use no and straight? What if it's something like, geez, that's a full day. Unwind after work, though. And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. How she lies as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard reddening slightly atop the examination device. Must have started were giggling. Very well, then I get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was so complimented, her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memories. Do you recall the name of the man who works with manager Saud? Ah, Effie. I would have asked in past tense. Had it been him whom I was referring to. Yeah. Hide it. Had me thought I wasn't here for that. This would have gone more depressive that way. Kid. Right. I don't remember his name. She forgot its name? Among other miscellaneous deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote tales, adventures, and the types of food she fed to a seagull. No, not the most important ones! No, he usually needs to sit back, another 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales! No! Fail upon it! Does that say that the memories of most precious to young Yosha and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey. I'm not trying to be mean here, but it seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that. If you're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say it's a miniature. It's acceptable. There were several days worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kinda sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Reckon he forgot stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Arayashiki, or to be more precise, the power of Araya's eagle. Araya's eagle? That's Ryosha looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All that remains is Araya in Ryosha's recollection. Saw blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be. Severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Sinner Ryosha's memories are to be erased as the cost of using Arayashiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Ryosha regards the scabbard with a conflicted look. The approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's like a cooldown timer. She could use it whenever, as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories. I wouldn't be so quick to them as trivial. The memories of the time where you were complicated by your cooking was quite precious memory, wasn't it? You've performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, put it on measures. On measurements, the sun seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the costs of reading it. It's become very clear that it takes more than light memories to properly read it. So, have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erased memories of existence have resulted in failure. And that is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in the negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Hiroshi said, forgotten but not lost. You have just stepped foot into the world of Sangri. She flashes the briefest of smiles when scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. What used to be here in the pocket so I've avoided my heart. My one and only. Vicious gaze traced the invisible and unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Southern Pilot in recovery. Pilot in recovery? Yeah. I haven't heard from pilots for so long. I wonder if you got more. I wonder if Pilot got a bit more courage since that's not. Did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new ACE hire. Yeah, that could pretty much be a mini. I'll be honest, it could be a mini. But with all the loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long, it feels like we are home again. Return to the bus. Bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning. But there isn't anything like it out there. And this is your ride? Hella badass. Faust smiling. Between the two individuals, who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Burnham squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked Team Leader Anand to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door and it will bring you right to an empty spot on the highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes. Because if by any chances that there's a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. Not. So what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did you? I must admit, to a certain degree of interest in hearing your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, this is just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some dogs. Solitary confinement is hella boring, so I thought I might get some fresh air. Get some air? Might as well say goodbye to while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploited the fact that the new hire don't have any grudges against you. I thought I had told them to impress upon the new hires that the prisoners are to be treated as expectations. To be the... right. The person in charge of the training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. No problems stemming from the soldiers of Intervallo. I did best include this in the report. Sounds like they are both here to see us go. Right, time for a benediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Think about it doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to. No, another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate it if it's such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. Well, not very partial of mathematical statistics, like the probability theory. I hope your prediction is that right. Well then, hey, Yoshihide, but we are. I wouldn't say that we are family exactly, but there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you. Okay, so that's why did I do that right? Acronymize it into L. And call me Ryosho, not Yoshihide. The echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machine clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer towards the blindingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Oh, right. Where are we headed next? And is Dante inquires what our next destination. Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius. Not like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When was an answer to that question ever led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile as though to confirm each pessimistic remark. Then delivered a comment that sounded too light-hearted for its brevity. Oh yeah, sadly we are leaving on your own. Sadly. Delivered a comment that sounded too light-hearted for its brevity. Downward bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say that it's just high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante. We are now en route to Elko. So are we going there after Elko? Plenty of faces there, I'd rather not say. As the rest of the cinema voiced their various clips and discontent with Pop, most of who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading with the same unchanging expression. As for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing, ba-dum. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. Woo! Suspiciously box-shaped Walker. We did it! And sadly we are leaving Hongyan. I will miss this place. For the over the counters we have technically been there. Yes, since I for now, let's get the animation. This right here.
기능보다 소재의 원본을 드러내는 방향으로 겉면의 결착 염색 방식은 사후 경련을 보다 돋보일 수 있게. 예, 피드백에 따라 결정을 보완하겠습니다.
Yakuza or something. requesting your most rigorous evaluation. Oh wait, actually, wait a minute. Please do share your evaluation. Yes, this is good. It's funny, I like it. I wanna see how does the effect event. Burn effect, threads moving. Burn effect. And now let's switch to different ego. Yeah, this is fitting enough. Yeah, I like the combo of the Limbus burger. Oh. Interesting. Interesting pick. There's more? No, okay. I'm just keeping it at that until the event is over, and then the Bokak shows up, and then I'm happy. Then the fuck they say that I have proof announcer. Oh yeah, that would be awesome. That's awesome. That's also awesome. Like, they have 2 awesome announcers. How about they just give us both announcers? Both announcers would be funny.
협회의 일이 반드시 밤에만
I think
이루어진다는
they
건
will actually
뜬
do
소문일 뿐입니다.
Wayfarer AP. So I can't really switch yet since the event is still going on. Then we have to go to the sweeping, which is probably middle, and middle perfectly fits to everyone that has not a ring ID, which is funny. ID and roofer announcer. That would be. I think that would be the best one. So yeah. Wait, I might as well. This one. Let's see. So what is this? Roofer doesn't mean for this. What do I have? Information. Give me the information. Quick period. Yep. Information is an unlimited evaluation period during which you may better than event boss until a boss unit with a selected chapter. Clearing the boss battle yields the first time a clear reward. Clear the boss fight on a certain turn also 10 extra rewards. Battle against boss units added in Warcraft events are available indefinitely. What about Warcraft that already happened? Recommended specs. It's a high difficulty challenge, level up in uptime, flat spin, that is eager to meet the recommended specs for entering the battle. Uptime tier 4 now. Your ego transmit tier 4. Why should I? Well, what should I? It's update 3 on flat spin maybe 1. I'm not fast spinning my ego seller that high. Thanks for another fan of my doing the has 2 difficulties, normal and hard. Hard difficulty unlocked upon clearing the content on normal difficulty. Effects, shade of perfection. Features unique effects in each encounter and combat phase. It's recommended to plan out your teams by taking these effects into account before entering the battle. Progression. You can view the general progression method of under the progression menu. You can view the enemy information such as skills and passes before entering the battle. Allow a maximum of 3 team loadouts to be used in order. However, identities assigned to previous battle cannot be reused in a subsequent loadout. A 12-turn limit is applied for each team loadout. That's quite the middle. What is Pinky doing here? What does Pinky think they're doing here? It's all middle and then Pinky think that. Quit better and save progress. Exceeding 12 turns or opting to end the battle on your own turn loadout will save the state of battle, potential cost units, combat phase, HP, NSP, as well as ego resources on. You may continue progressing through the battle with the next loadout. He thinks this part of the duty. Hard difficulty is unlocked upon clearing normal difficulty. Hard difficulty features a tribulation effect, in addition to a shade of reflection effect. Clearing the boss battle on each difficulty yields their respective first-time clear rewards. Clear the boss fight under certain turn counts to obtain extra rewards. Active effects. Vision, yeah. So, identity skill attacks that are last or specifically completed to do more damage. Enemy take more bleed. Upon Ares, gain 1 random least evil resource. Definitely use Ares. So, bleed, and then Ares teams. Shade of Reflection, bleed. I get it. The identity attack skill with boost this or all sinking, unique sinking. Damage. Finger factor identities deal 1 damage. So basically, bleed, koi sinking, so index team, and then an open team, probably the one that has also a lot of finger IDs. Maybe middle team. It's like 3 teams. It could be interesting. And okay. I mean, now from the boss, that Anopause is not that strong. There's gonna be one. I'm not even gonna use Aegis on, depending on the third team. So red. Use it with but this is more something to get facades when you don't have all identity. Okay. Directly enemy material. What a weakness is. Blunt. Sounds more like metal. Okay, pretty much all have the same. Okay. Phase 2. Does it change anything? No, not really. I am probably more and more gonna be here. And like oh boy, it's gonna be a pain fighting against the sweepers. And then the music just is complete. Okay. So that's so yeah, the sweepers on hard difficulty and then refraction. So yeah, I'm just trying to be cautious. No blood. But thank you so much for stopping by. Even though it says the end of the stream. But a lot of the rules are just in case. So pretty much that if something happens, I don't really need to add it to the rules because it's already in the rules. That's pretty much why. Also, I'm too smart for anything really to happen. But yeah, I would definitely make a follow-up stream for Refractor. I think I will combine it with Nocturnal Sweeping. Since it's 14 days, was it? 17 days. It's 17 days here with 28 years to claim the robot. So I'm gonna wait for the Nocturnal Sweeping Gorknak, then I'm gonna schedule a stream for it. And I'm gonna do Nocturnal Sweeping, listening to some of the new voices they get. And then we'll see if the Refractor sweepers are going to be a thing or not. I'll be honest, I hope not. I'll be completely honest. But they probably will. So yeah, that's gonna be something. So yeah, I think we are ending it with sweeper. The illusion of having a choice. Both are the same. What could be our rapeness? Should be related to it. I want it to be referring to the event, but not be too spoiler because the one I'm planning on raiding. I don't know how long they're actually gonna start. They've finished Canto 5. Ring raid? No. I think I have an idea. An idea you brought me. Saving a bit more just in case if they're gonna end or not. I'm not sure. Will you continue or not? If not, we're gonna switch. continue. Like, they're continuing with the mini after with the. Okay, so our raid message is going to be Manager Squire. Our raid is here. To be honest, I'm not really that much happy with the texting. Yeah, really. But this is better. As always, you can use the channel points to redeem an emote to go along with your raid message. But if you want to save up your channel points, you can use whatever emotes you prefer. My emotes are free for me, so I'm gonna use mine. It's a nice life hack. Oh, disrespectful, no links. I think typical chats. So we're going to raid someone new who I'm really responsible. Actually doing something I do not, and that is doing the minis. That's the Tellus library. Somewhere. Eldritch Whitening. So sum up there and right before America of District 20. So be sure to get the red message. So yeah, I wish everyone a great rest of the day since we made it through the whole night. At least it's not 12 hours, so it would have been cut off the stream. Would not have been able to be uploaded. That's also why I don't want to do anything more. Either way, thanks everyone for stopping by. Your support is appreciated. And until next time, take care everyone. Bye. And of course, thanks everyone for supporting me by watching the VODs. What's also support me really much. So, thank you too. Take care.